and 8 of our Constitution. That is the beginning of our Constitution. The reason why things are happening the way it's happening in Nigeria is that Nigerians are so indolent. They are so unconcerned that they feel that angels will come into this world. Even if in our own families, you have greedy brothers and greedy sisters who never want to share things according to fair and equitable destiny. So the matter that generated all these things, I am the person that ignited this fire. I can tell you about
I want you to hold that thought.
Yes.
We'll just take a quick break. When we come back, I'll then want to hear how you started all that.
Thank you, sir.
Don't go away. You are still watching Uncommon Conversations on Signature Television, and we're still reaching you from our ENUGU studios here in ENUGU, the capital of Southeast Nigeria. And my guest is still Dr. Ifeanyi Chukwuokonkwo, and we're discussing the state of the nation. Dr. Okonkwo, you talked about being a pathfinder, a crusader for the states to release their hold on local governments. For too long, their states, in particular Anambra State, would appear as guilty as charged. Tell me, what has been the fight like?
Sir, being a person, sometimes you have people who are eccentric.
Are you one?
Yes. You're eccentric because you hate injustice, and you have maybe God has given you the endowment of intellectual capacity to fight, not physical fight. The only way, democracy is embedded with rule of law. If you don't know how to use the court, forget democracy. Sometime in 1986, it was 1996, 2006, I went to Federal High Court. It took me time to prepare the process because I argue my cases personally. I went to Federal High Court for the interpretation of the provisions of the combined provision of Section 7 and 8 of our Constitution to enable me participate and run for a council seat. Council seat in my
like chairman or council?
Councillor. I ran for governor. I couldn't make it, so I said, okay, let me
start from the bottom.
Yes, let me become a councillor. So I filed an application in court for interpretation of that provision. I joined the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation. Bayo Ojo was the Attorney General then. I joined Anambra State Governor. I joined the Anambra State Honorable Attorney General and the Anambra House of Assembly for the interpretation because they were making, they were not prepared to create the enabling environment and making the laws to enable me actualize my ambition of being councillor. In that case, when I filed the action, the Attorney General of the Federation opposed my originating summons. They came, we argued it. I must give kudos to a brilliant jurist, Louis Alagwa, brilliant man. The intimidation, everybody was against me. I said, what I wanted the court to interpret is whether the Anambra House of Assembly, as constituted under the law in Section 4, can make laws outside the provisions in Section 8 to now bring in caretakers to run local government. I sought 9 reliefs in that matter. At the end of the day, Alawa answered all the questions in my favor.
Granted all the reliefs?
Yes, and also awarded me 5 million naira. Because I told them the opportunity of inviting my friend for the council inauguration, I missed it. So
did you get the 5 million?
I collected the money. Just don't award me damages. If you award me, I'll collect it.
Okay.
So that judgment in 2006, I served the Anambra government. They paid me. But I have seen that after Chris Ngige, as the governor left office, Peter Obi came, they continue to wallow in the same lawlessness. Then Obiano came, they continued as if nothing happened. And I had a perpetual injunction to restraining them. Then Governor Soludo came, and in his inaugural speech, in fairness to him, he said he will conduct local government within 6 months. I waited like a cobra. He wasn't forthcoming, so I now went back to court with that judgment and gave them notice, wrote to the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation and served him the process. So it was only that I must give them credit that they saw an opportunity to assert themselves and take credit. I give it to them. They now went to court to add one more thing. What I did not get in my first judgment was for the federal government to give me the allocation that was given from 2006 so that I can proceed against Peter Obi and the rest of them to collect that money they ought to have warehoused because we did not have a democratic election. So that judgment was what the Attorney General of the Federation now went to the Supreme Court and added the issue of restraining themselves from releasing money to the local government. But every other thing about the powers of the local government, about the powers of the state to appoint caretaker, which Alawa pronounced upon, were alive and well in that judgment. The only thing they added was restraining them from giving money, and that unless you have a democratically elected local government. So all this issue about the state governors, their lawyers, the attorney general of the state went to the Supreme Court and filed preliminary objection. This is where they caught themselves on the foot. You cannot file a preliminary objection challenging the powers of the policy court to pronounce on a matter that is well in their bosom. So when they knocked off the preliminary objection, there was nobody in the gold mouth.
And it was a penalty and a direction.
Yes, they could not canvass anything. They could not concede some of the issues that have received pronouncements from both the High Court of some states, because I am the only one who has a judgment of the Federal High Court on local government in Nigeria. They ought to concede certain ones and contest some of them, but they filed a preliminary objection. The body of attorney, let them bring out what they filed. That's the problem. They ought to have considered some and only to contest the issue or even make an alternative relief to save themselves from the bloody nose. So now that they have been crushed, they are complaining that it's not a unitary government. We are still canvassing for us to return back to the regions so that the local government will no longer become basis of sharing money. In the interim, today, I celebrate that judgment. I have the greatest respect to the honorable jurists in the Supreme Court that gave that. It's a policy decision. It's not a judgment per se that you are complaining that the interpretation of this income, you are talking nonsense. That's a policy court because we gave them that power. At that instance, it's a policy decision. Is good for the country and is good for everybody. The states ought to warehouse those monies. They did not warehouse it. I am calling on every Nigerian to prepare for class action, to bring litigation against all those people who are hiding in the Senate that they are governors for account. I am doing one in Anambra already. And about 400 politicians who have connived with Peter Obi, Obiano, Soludo, Ngige to disobey the judgment in 2006. I'm bringing them to book. And I'm asking the court that their act of continue to violate that order is something that the court will have to make a pronouncement on and debar them from holding public offices because they could not respect our constitution. And they must account for that money. The people should bring class action against the governors. All these things we are talking about governors and this is because people don't want to take them on. The problem we have in this country is that Nigerians are afraid to die. They will still die. So we must confront these people. If we are talking about corruption, nobody is prepared to fight. You know that people are living beyond their means. Don't wait for EFCC. The states ought to have their own EFCC. They are only Lagos that created their own EFCC. We must fight for survival. Nigerians are going down, aging. You can opportunity lost, and you are complaining, waiting for Tinubu. You are wasting your time. We must learn how to make demand on the system. Making demand must be through the judiciary. The courts, even though they are trying to capture the courts now by putting their children and wives and the rest of them, but we will continue to petition, we will continue to fight until there is no El Dorado. You cannot, they say you can make an omelette without breaking the egg.
Okay, very interesting. But you know, the last editorial I read of a national newspaper, I wouldn't advertise the newspaper, said that about 400 and something local governments are risking receiving allocation, the next allocation. It will presuppose that if the allocations are not given, workers in those local governments will not earn salary. Do you foresee an economic political crisis if salaries are not paid to those who work in the local government?
What are the workers doing? They should go to court. They should go to Federal High Court and ask the court that they are asking for leave, that their salaries will be removed. In the matter I filed in Oka, Federal High Court Oka, I asked the court that they should remove all the salaries and the overhead expenditures that are appropriate. But all other monies must be accounted for. That's what the courts are there for. I told you the Attorney General, the body of Attorney General deceived the governors because they don't understand the law. If somebody files an action against you, it's not everything you contest. The ones that you can admit that you see is right. Why must you punish the judge that you must continue to write? You concede them, and then challenge the ones you feel that, or bring an alternative way that the court can resolve the matter. The court will hear you. So all this while the states were busy fighting, all they would have done was to bring a caveat and ask the Supreme Court, we agree that we ought to have a democratically elected local government, which we concede we have not set up. But please, for these gentlemen and ladies that are working to support the system, we agree that their salaries will be deducted so that they can get their money, while the other ones are warehouse. That is what they call being patriotic and showing that you are educated and you are knowledgeable, not PhD. So I mean, that. So do you want the person who is hunting you to now go and say, I was generous enough to, in Anambra case, to say, look, all the monies for salaries and the incidental expenditure that are covered in the ordinance book, remove them, but bring the rest of the money. That money ought to be warehoused. If you don't warehouse the money, people are saying that Peter B did not talk about this. He cannot talk because the rope is around his neck.
Okay, we sometimes, just last week on this program, we talked about our governors. Governors who refused to conduct the election as very undemocratic governors. Because Section 7.1 guarantees the existence of a democratically elected government. And people swear to oath to maintain, defend, and protect the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The governors are doing what they are doing. Where are the political parties? All these so-called parties we have, they are the engine room of anybody that becomes anything in this country.
What happened in Kenya had nothing to do with the political parties.
No, Kenya is a different...
It is citizens' action.
Kenya is a different kettle of fish. Kenya people, they have a culture different from our culture. People don't say sorry here. People don't apologize. People, you see, some of the officials are resigning in Kenya and apologizing. Some of them said they will return all the kickbacks they've gotten. Yeah, it can't happen. Tribalism will not allow Nigeria to move forward. So don't expect what's happening in Kenya. I'm asking the citizens in the state where I live, because I'm not recognized in Enugu State, I am fighting them in Anambra State. But people in Enugu State...
Who said you're not recognized in Enugu State?
No, I cannot run for governor. I can't run for public office, according to Nigerian Constitution. So, no is what we are. They don't look for talents to grab the people and put them here. So what I'm saying is that people in Enugu State, people in all the states, should sue the governors for account. Should sue them for not... And make sure that the court pronounce that all the illegality they have done, all the appointments, you know what this thing means? That all this, according to the chieftaincy law we have in the Southeast, where the town unions will present their elected traditional ruler to the local government caretaker, and local government caretaker will take him onwards to the Honorable Commissioner for local government. They give the certificate. All those things are null and void. Because they are not elected. So in Enugu State, anybody that was presented by a caretaker to the commission and they gave his certificate is not a traditional ruler. You need a pronouncement of court. I'm doing that in Anambra. So we clean up the system.
Because I was going to ask you that. Who actually should appoint traditional rulers? The state government or the local government?
You know, it's very interesting. Because I've been preparing for leadership for a long time, so today people tell me, hey, you should be a lawyer. The law is not for lawyers. Law is for those citizens who are awake. It's not for those who are sleeping. A law degree does not make you a lawyer. You must have a legal mind. The issue is that when Omerowa came as military governor, at Ompera, then we were working on what they called town development legislation. It was Omerowa that brought it into this thing about recognition of traditional rulers. Before this time, traditional institutions is not the same thing as democratic setting, where you come and say, my people are marginalized. We have not been traditional rulers. We want to rotation. You go and vote. Vote for who? Try certificate. Which certificate? But all these things is there's a new chemistry. We need to rebuild our communities. We need men that can think and women so that we can move on and everybody will have the necessary enjoyment and fulfillment of life ambition.
Okay, Doc, time is not our friend. We have 2 minutes to actually sum up all we've said. One about Nigeria, the Southeast, and the infamous or famous landmark judgment, depending on which side you are.
I try to tell people, don't ever, democracy requires men and women who will burn the midnight oil. Democracy is not about 4 years, usually you go and vote or don't vote. Democracy is about people who will make sure that the system of government we have selected gives you opportunity to participate, to broaden the space, to also, you need agitators. You need men and women who will bring money and say, look, let us make sure this thing is corrected. It's not the people with ideas.
Welcome to Global News on Signature Television. I am Charles Pius. In the headlines, Nigeria's First Lady calls for greater attention to mental health as international community marks Mental Health Awareness Day. Joint health workers issue 15-day ultimatum to federal government. NATO chief, Ukrainian president and British prime minister meet in London. And Ukrainian drones attack Russian military air base in northern Caucasus. Details in a moment. Nigeria's First Lady, Oluremi Tinubu, has emphasized the need for greater attention to mental health issues, especially in the work environment. Tinubu raised the issue on Thursday as Nigeria joins the rest of the world to commemorate this year's Mental Health Awareness Day with the theme, It's Time to Prioritize Mental Health in the Workplace. The First Lady, who described the theme as timely, noted that one's mental well-being can be affected, especially in times like this when most people feel dissatisfied at the workplace for several reasons. According to her, emotions bottled up is the beginning of mental health issues and challenges that confront individuals. She emphasized the need to tackle the issue of stigmatization so that people can speak openly about their struggles, thus leading to early diagnosis and improved recovery outcomes. The Rivers State government has shut down a hospital in Omagwa, Ikwerre local government area, run by an agriculturist as part of its ongoing crackdown on illegal medical facilities. The Commissioner for Health, Dr. Adeze Ore, told Newsprint in Port Harcourt that the hospital is among the 6 health facilities sealed by the State Anti-Quackery Committee established by the ministry in April this year. Among the facilities shut down is an unregistered clinic in Ogale, Eleme, where the operator not only provided medical services without proper supervision, but also ran an educational program to train licensed practitioners. Another facility in Aleto, Eleme, was run by a retired nurse with a PhD, had no legal certification to operate a medical center, while another unlicensed practitioner also ran a clinic in the same area, further fueling concerns about quackery in the states. The commissioner further disclosed that a facility in Komkom, Oyibo, managed by 2 foreigners and a Nigerian, was found to be recycling syringes and needles, posing severe public health risks, while the 6th facility in the Afam area of Oyibo was run by a Nigerian with foreign medical training who had no certification from Nigerian medical authorities nor a National Youth Service Corps NYSC discharge certificate.
God Bless Hospital, located in the Comcom area of the Oyibo local government area. An unregistered facility run by unlicensed practitioners alleged to be 2 foreigners and 1 Nigerian. No qualified or registered medical personnel on site. Unhygienic and unsanitary environment, the lack of standard precautions, multiple exposed sharps and uncapped needles littered around the facility. This facility also recycled and reused syringes and needles, intravenous infusion sets, and blood-giving sets, run by so-called Dr. Kim, reputed to be a North Korean citizen, and his cohorts. We can see that these perpetrators have gone beyond providing these unprofessional, unethical, and disastrous services to the people. Beyond that, they provide training, further proliferating their numbers so that other people can go into other locations and do the same. And if you've also observed the trend, a lot of them are going out of the main city of Port Harcourt, perhaps to evade notice and being brought to book by the authorities.
These illegal facilities did not only provide substandard healthcare services, but also trained others in their dangerous practices, noting that the locations of these medical facilities indicates that unregistered health centers are increasingly moving to the outskirts of Rivers State. She urged operators of such facilities to come forward to proper certification and warned that the state would not tolerate any form of quackery.
We therefore use this medium to warn all unregistered facilities to visit the Rivers State Ministry of Health for the conditions and the criteria for registration, as I will use today's press briefing to reiterate that the Rivers State government maintains a zero tolerance for quacks and unregistered facilities. We also warn medical doctors and other health workers who collaborate, train, and collude with quacks and facilities run by unqualified practitioners against crossing the lines of ethical medical practice. We also use this opportunity to warn pharmacies and chemist shops who have illegally extended their services to providing consultation services and the administration of intravenous medications, admitting patients. We are therefore warning them to desist from such practices or be brought to book.
The Joint Health Sector Unions and Assembly of Healthcare Professionals has issued a 15-day ultimatum to the federal government to resolve its pending welfare issues, or its members will embark on an industrial action. The union said it will resume its suspended strike on October 25th if its demands are not met. This was made known in a memo from the unions to the coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Pate, dated October 9, 2024, entitled Notice of 15 Days Ultimatum and Resumption of Suspended Strike Action. Johesu is made up of the Medical and Health Workers Union of Nigeria, the Nigerian Union of Allied Health Professionals, the Senior Staff Association of Universities, Teaching Hospitals, Research Institutions, and Associated Institutions, and the Non-Academic Staff Union of Educational and Associated Institutions. Meanwhile, Abia State House of Assembly has passed a resolution directing its Committee on Education to invite the Commissioner for Basic Education, the leadership of ASUBEB, and other related functionaries for interaction on the current lucrative business of sales and use of customized text and exercise books in the schools. The Speaker of the Abia Parliament, Emmanuel Emeroa, who announced the resolution during plenary, said that serious attention would be given to the activities of the operators of institutions where the future generations are groomed. The resolution followed the motion on the use of customized text and exercise books in private schools in Abia State, brought before the House by the member representing Aba Central, Stephen Ochonye. Uchonye had, through his motion, alleged that some proprietors the infrastructure concession The Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission, ICRC, says it will finalize all public-private partnership PPP projects that are yet to take off over 1 year after they were approved by the Federal Executive Council. The Director General of the Commission, Dr. Jobson Ewalefo, disclosed this when he paid a courtesy visit to the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adeboyega Oyetola. Ewalefo informed the minister that some of the pioneer PPP projects approved in 2006 were under the purview of the ministry. He said that the commission was working at re-evaluating PPPs to prevent unqualified contractors from causing issues when serious investors were willing to partner with the government. The DG stated that the commission had come to ascertain the challenges affecting PPP projects in the ministry and review the issues inhibiting projects already approved and those in the pipeline in view of the importance of the maritime sector to the development and growth of any nation. He said the ICRC had streamlined the processes to accelerate project delivery to align with the demand of the times in response to the charge by President Bola Tinubu on the need to proactively adopt PPPs in the delivery of infrastructure. He said the Commission had adopted the concept of attaining project effectiveness after project execution by introducing conditions, precedents through timelines for the achievements of financial close for the private partners. Meanwhile, the Registrar of the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAM, Professor Ishak Oloyede, has advised African nations to guard against reliance on overseas developed artificial intelligence, AI technologies. Oloyede, who gave the advice in his presentation at the University of Ilorin lecture series titled Artificial Intelligence and the Future of Humanities, cautions those in the academics who lack adequate knowledge about their subjects against adopting AI. The registrar, who is a former vice-chancellor of the Uni Ilorin, however, allayed the fears that AI would replace humanity, pointing out that the technology has come to stay, insisting that the humanity should be in control of AI in order to save humanity from perdition. He stated that the African Telecommunications Unions, ATU, African Union, AU, Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, and Smart Africa must lead the charge in developing AI strategies tailored to the continent's specific needs. Oloyede observed that those bodies should promote policies that encourage the ethical development and use of AI across sectors such as healthcare, agriculture, education, and governance, saying that a collaboration between African countries on AI research and data sharing can help mitigate the risk of relying on overseas developed AI technologies. The European Union, in collaboration with the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, has commenced the training of education stakeholders on school safety, psychosocial support, and climate literacy in Kano. Speaking at the opening of the training in Kano, State Education Facilitator, Education and Youth Empowerment, EYE, Aisha Abdullahi, said that the training was organized by EYE, which is an EU-funded program and supported by UNICEF in the Northwest. Abdullahi said that the 4-year program, which is from October 2023 to August 2027, covers Kano, Jigawa, Sokoto states is categorized into 3 main outputs. Abdullahi said that the Kano state was selected as one of the top beneficiaries of the newly introduced EU-funded education and empowerment program in Nigeria. The state education facilitator noticed that the project would increase the number of girls and boys benefiting from safe, inclusive, relevant learning and skills development opportunities. According to her, the training of the trainers, TOT, will be followed by step-down training to schools in 10 selected local government of Kano State. Earlier, the Commissioner of Education, Umar Dogua, commended the intervention of UNICEF through the EUI project in the education sector. Dogua, represented by Director Educational Support Services Hajiya Halima Tukur, said that the interventions would improve access to quality education for children, particularly those in underserved communities. The Comptroller of the Katsina Area Command of Nigeria Customs Service, Abba Aji Idris, has called on students to appreciative the negative impact of smuggling on the nation's economy. The Customs Comptroller made the call when students from Government's Pilot Secondary School and Umaru Musa Yaradua University visited his office on Thursday in Katsina. He said that the revenue generated by the service was of immense benefits to the students and the entire country, adding that students are stakeholders against smuggling in the country. He said that the engagements with the students would strengthen community relations efforts of service and complement government's anti-smuggling efforts. According to him, by engaging the students, the organization aims to promote a better understanding of its role in securing Nigeria's borders and fostering economic growth. The vice principal of the school, Malam Masudu Saeed, commended the comptroller for prioritizing community engagement and showing a clear understanding of the essence of community relations and corporate social responsibility. The president of the Students' Association of the university, Mubarak Musa, appreciated and commended the comptroller for his warm reception and enlightenment. The Nigerian Labour Congress has said that the latest increase in the pump price of petrol will further deepen poverty as production's capacities deep. The Congress added that the increase would lead to more job loss with multi-dimensional negative effects and therefore demanded its immediate reversal. NLC position is contained in a statement signed by its President Joe Ajero on Wednesday in Abuja titled, "What Next After Increasing Pump Price?" The Labour leader said the previous increases had not produced any good results, rather people only got poorer. He said the Congress was dismayed by the latest increase in the pump price of petrol without commensurate capacity of Nigerians or mitigatory measures. It will be recalled that the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, had raised the pump price of petrol by 14.8% to 1,013 naira per litre from 897 across its retail outlets in the FCT. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, NASIMA, has expressed concern over the recent increase in petrol pump prices in Lagos and Abuja. National President of the association, Dele Oye, who made this known in a statement in Lagos, said that the prices, which had reached 998 and 1,030 naira per litre in Lagos and Abuja, were placing a strain on businesses and households across the country. He spoke on the potential economic consequences of the price hike, warning that the increase could lead to higher transportation costs, exacerbate inflation, and severely impact small and medium-sized businesses. The NASIMA president said that the decision, influenced by several underlying factors, warranted careful examination of its potential repercussions on the economy, particularly in the realms of pricing for goods, services, and transportation. With transportation costs directly tied to the fuel prices, the increase will serve as a catalyst for higher freight charges, insisting that fuel remains a primary driver of inflation in the country. The NASIMA president called on the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited to demonstrate the necessary goodwill to support Dangote refinery operations to stabilize local petrol prices, reduce Nigeria's dependence on imported petrol, and contribute to national self-sufficiency. Still to come, Nigerian Army says modern military technology is key to combat security threats, and NEMA urges communities to heed early warnings against flooding. Details in a moment. Welcome back. You're watching Global News on Signature Television. The House of Representatives has resolved to mandate a committee on constitutional review to organize public hearings with a view to addressing permanently the delay in justice delivery in the country and restoring the confidence of the common man in the judiciary, and report back within 4 weeks for further legislative action. This followed the adoption of a motion entitled "The Need to Review Nigeria's Justice and Judicial System in Order to Restore Public Trust in the Judiciary and Address the Delay in Providing Justice," raised during plenary by Ganiyu Ayuba, member representing Alimosho Federal Constituency, Lagos State. Raising the motion, the Honorable Aliyu expressed worries that in some states, cases in trial courts that should be resolved within months last 4 to 5 years before judgment is delivered, especially long-term detentions of suspects, prolonged chieftaincy dispute, and unresolved commercial litigation, which pose significant challenges to democratic and economic progress.
Aside that, notwithstanding the creation of this court, the delay still being experienced in the delivery of justice in our judicial system is highly alarming and gradually eroding the confidence of common man in judiciary. Mr. Speaker, the House worried that in some states of the Federation, cases at the High Court, which by their nature ought to be dispensed within months, last between 4 to 5 years before judgment.
Contributors to the debate before its adoption attributed dilapidated and overstretching of the correctional services facilities as part of the reasons for the lapses in the judiciary system.
Our justice delivery system, for example, today can be seen in the cases in our various correctional centers. Prisons that were built or correctional facilities that were built to take, for example, 100 persons in the 70s, where facilities have not been expanded to today, have thousands of people languishing in them. And Mr. Speaker, of the number of persons in our correctional facilities, I can say without any form of doubt that over 60 to 70% are people who are awaiting trial. Some of them are in the correctional facilities for a period that is even longer than the time they would have been convicted for if they were eventually found guilty of such alleged offenses. And by the principle of our Constitution,
I want to suggest, Mr. Speaker, that we amend the prayer to read that all the submissions that had to do with this issue be submitted to the Constitutional Review. And the public hearing of the Constitutional Review should prioritize this issue that have been deliberated.
Also at plenary, the House resolves to urge the federal government to, as a matter of urgency, implement the Exports Prohibition Act 2004 to curb food smuggling and food insecurity in Nigeria. The resolution, amongst others, is equal to a motion entitled "It Needs to Curb the Export Prohibition Act to Curb Insecurity in Nigeria," sponsored by Honorable Mukhtar Shagaya, member representing Ilorin West Federal Constituency, Kwara State. The motion was adopted and was referred to the Committees on Agricultural Production and Services, Commerce and Industry, Customs and Legislative Compliance to ensure compliance and report back within 4 weeks for further legislative action. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Abbas Tajuddin, has called for a stronger ties and better cooperation between Nigeria and the United States. This is just as Speaker Abbas assured the new American ambassador to Nigeria, Richard Mills, of support by the 10th House and the National Assembly by extension. Ambassador Mills led a delegation of the U.S. Embassy officials on a courtesy call on the Speaker. The Speaker said it was his pleasure to have the newest ambassador of the United States of America visiting today. Speaker Abbas called for more deeper ties, deeper cooperation, and more mutually beneficial relationship. Earlier, Ambassador Mills said the visit was to talk to the Speaker about his priorities and those of the House. The ambassador also said Nigeria is Africa's largest democracy and its ideals are of interest to the United States. The Nigerian Army says the application of modern military technologies will counter security challenges bedeviling the country. The Commander of Corps of the Artillery for the Nigerian Army, Major General Marcus Kanye, said this during the 2024 lecture and study period of exercise Vulcan Glow X held in Kaduna with the theme Enhancing Artillery Support to Nigerian Army Operation Through Employment of Emerging Technologies, the Way Forward. Kanye said the exercise is designed to prepare artillery formations and units in the employment of artillery resources in conventional and non-conventional warfare setting, as well as other military operations. According to Kanye, the exercise, which starts from preparation, coordination, marrying up, reorganization, and the artillery maneuver, also prepares troops for asymmetric warfare concept because of the complex security environment in Nigeria. He explained that the troops will be tested on administration on the field after the tactical phase on where and how to set up their administrative areas. Meanwhile, the senator representing Southern Borno Senatorial District in the National Assembly, Mohammed Ndume, has said that the Nigerian military is ill-equipped and lacks the wherewithal to end insurgency and banditry. The former chairman of the Senate Committee on Army spoke at his Maiduguri residence after returning from a condolence visit to families of those recently killed by terrorists in Ngoshe, Hirawa, Ashigashia, and other communities in Goza local government area. Ndume refuted reports making the rounds on social media that his convoy was ambushed by suspected Boko Haram terrorists. He said the Hirawa road ambush targeted a Cameroonian Bureau de Change businessman, Alhaji Kadi, who was killed alongside an unidentified woman, while others sustained injuries. Meanwhile, the Kaduna State House of Assembly has denied the allegations of planning to manipulate the outcome of the local government election slated for October 19th. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, had a news conference briefing alleged that a meeting was held between the Speaker, Dahiru Liman, and some top government officials allegedly planning to manipulate the outcome of the polls. But the chairman of the House Committee on Information, Henry Mara, at a news briefing in Kaduna said there was nothing related to that the Speaker went for an official visit. On the allegations that the House was planning to amend the State Independent Electoral Commission law, Mara said there was nothing related to that in the order paper for October 9th. He said that the amendment held in July changed the electronic voting machines to manual voting due to the short notice for the elections and the creation of more polling units. He added that the law also gave the State Electoral Commission the liberty to collate and announce election results at the Commission's head office or other places designated by the Commission when they feel threatened or unsecured in an area. The chairman of PDP in the state, Edward Marsha, had alleged that some top officials of the state were likely to be involved in manipulating the outcome of the exercise. Jigawa State Judiciary has inaugurated local government election petitions and appeal tribunals to receive and deal with election petitions arising from the local government poll held on 5th October 2024. This was contained in a statement signed by the Director, Protocol and Publicity of the State Judiciary, Abbas Rufai Wangara. The judicial panel is expected to receive complaints from those who felt cheated or robbed of their victory or any other negativities that emerged during the elections across the state. The statement added that the Local Government Election Appeal Tribunal is sitting at Jigawa State Judiciary Complex, Tutsei. The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, has urged communities to heed to its early warnings to reduce impacts of flood in Nigeria. The Director General of the agency, Zubaida Umar, made the call in Dutse while handing over 155,020 liters of liquid fertilizer to the Jigawa government. Umar, who was represented by Sani Ahmed, Director of Administration and Finance, said the call was imperative in order to reduce the impact of flood on communities and properties. She pointed out that it was the responsibility of communities to first intervene whenever disaster occurs. Hence, the need to heed early warnings by authorities. Governor Umar Namadi commended the agency and federal government for the gesture, assuring that the items would be distributed to deserving farmers through the State Emergency Management Agency, SEMA, for onward distribution to the beneficiaries. He also urged the beneficiaries to make judicious use of the fertilizer in order to enhance food production and food security in their communities, the state, and the nation in general. In his remarks, SEMA's Executive Secretary in the state, Dr. Haruna Meriga, promised that the items would be fairly distributed to the beneficiaries. Meanwhile, the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, has arrested 20 motorists for violating various traffic rules and regulations on the Lagos-Abeokuta Expressway. The Ota Unit Commander of the FRSC, Wasiu Ogunmefo, who disclosed this on Thursday in Ota, said that the exercise was part of the efforts to check the excesses of drivers along the corridor. Ogunmefo explained that the offences committed by the motorists who were brought before an Ota Chief Magistrate's court include overloading driver's license violation, failure to install speed limit device, tires violation, among others. Ogumefo said that the 5 of 20 persons prosecuted were discharged, while the remaining 15 were asked to pay fines based on their offences. He said that the punishments will serve as deterrent to others who want to engage in flouting traffic rules and regulations in the access. The pertinent need to revitalize the Enugu State veterinary farm settlements at Achi in Oji River local government area of Enugu State scaled through the first reading at Enugu State House of Assembly on Tuesday, October 8th. The motion was moved by Honorable Osita Eze, representing Oji River constituency at the State House. He told his colleagues that the Achi farm settlement was historic and a beacon of veterinary services in the defunct eastern region, gingered the livestock industry in Nigeria, but presently in comatose. He expressed the urgent need to revitalize the institution, converting it to a polytechnic affiliated to Enugu State Polytechnic Iwala. He lamented that encroachment into Achi farm settlement by outsiders is hindering its operations. Honorable Eze said the lack of laboratories and other facilities has decreased the productivity and internally-generated revenue IGR capacity of the institution. He prayed for the support of his colleagues in convincing the Enugu State government to embark on urgent revitalization of the Achi Farm School, to reinvent the livestock and piggery sections, and to ensure perimeter fencing of the school to stop encroachments on the school's land by outsiders. Meanwhile, the federal government has inaugurated technical working groups to ensure that gas entrepreneurial skills is infused in the curriculum of technical colleges. The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Nicholas Ella, who inaugurated the groups in Abuja, said that the move would enhance technical education in the country. The groups include the National Gas Expansion Program, NGEP, and the National Board for Technical Education, NBTE. The Permanent Secretary emphasized the need for innovation in the technical education sector, saying that many institutions lagged in adopting the global technological advancements. According to Ella, today's graduates must possess not only technical skills, but also soft skills that prepare them for entrepreneurship, which is now a norm globally for graduates of technical colleges. Ella said that the TWG's primary objective was to develop and design a comprehensive curriculum aimed at training gas entrepreneurs in monotechnics and polytechnics across the country. He said that this would cover various aspects of the gas value chain, including LPG, CNG, LNG, and biogas. The Permanent Secretary officially inaugurated the group members, which include representatives from both NGEP and NBTE, at the ceremony attended by key stakeholders, including the chairman of the NGEP, various directors from the ministry, and representatives from the NBTE. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has applauded the election of Dr. Olufemi Ogunyemi, Managing Director and Chief Executive of the Nigerian Export Processing Zone Authority, NEPZA, to the Board of World Free Zone Organization. The President, in a statement by Mr. Bayo Onanuga, his Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, said that Ogunyemi's election to the board of the international body validated the ongoing reforms in the country. Tinubu commended the Chief Executive Officer of NEPZA for his bold initiatives in making the institution globally competitive and creating more export platforms by opening up more investment opportunities. The President urged Ogunyemi to seize the moments of his elevation to redeem the country's image, showcase the renewed hope agenda on the global stage, and integrate the Nigerian economy into the highly rewarding global economic ecosystem. Now for the latest in the world of business, over to our business desk.
The International Organization for Migration, IOM, has allocated $1.8 million to assist Nigerian communities severely affected by recent flooding. Over 180,000 people have been impacted, particularly in Borno, Benue, Adamawa, and Yobe states. This funding will be used to provide critical humanitarian aid including shelter, cash assistance and essential hygiene services. Speaking on the matter, Paula Pace, the IOM's chief of mission in Nigeria, reiterated the organization's commitment to delivering immediate relief to displaced families. The recent flood in Borno, especially in Maiduguri, submerged markets, government offices, hospitals and even media stations highlight the severity of the crisis. The Securities and Exchange Commission (SEC) is stepping up efforts to regulate Nigeria's fintech sector, aiming to safeguard investors' funds. Imomotimi Agama, SEC's Director General, announced during Nigeria Fintech Week that stricter compliance with existing rules will be enforced, particularly concerning corporate governance and fundraising activities. The new measures come in the wake of multiple fintech startups shutting down in 2023, costing investors over $79 million in losses. Agama emphasized that public companies in fintech must adhere to SEC guidelines, ensuring transparency and accountability. Corn Oil PLC has announced a final dividend of 3 naira 50 kobo per share on every 50 kobo for registered shareholders. This declaration, made public via the Nigerian exchange NGX disclosure platform on October 8, 2024, will be subject to withholding tax. The dividend will be paid exclusively to shareholders whose names appear on the company's register of members by close of business on October 18, 2024. This move signals Corn Oil's continued commitment to rewarding its investors, with the dividend representing a positive outlook for shareholders. Foreign investments in Nigeria's equities market have seen a substantial increase, rising by 204% in the second quarter of 2024 to $150 million compared to $49.4 million in the first quarter. This marks a 1,660% year-on-year growth from the second quarter of 2023, when foreign investments stood at $8.5 million. According to the data released by the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS), the sharp increase has strengthened Nigerian stock market despite a drop in foreign portfolio investment (FPI), which fell 32% to $1.4 billion in the second quarter. The majority of foreign investment has been concentrated in money market instruments such as treasury bills, reflecting investors' attraction to high yields in Nigeria's financial market. In Mali, the military government is pushing Barrick Gold, the world's second-largest gold miner, for over $512 million in unpaid taxes and dividends. This move comes as part of the government's broader efforts to increase revenue collection from mining companies. Recent audits and a revised mining code allow for a greater share of mining revenue to flow into state coffers, increasing the state potential ownership in mining projects to 35%. Barrick and the government have begun negotiations to resolve the dispute, with Mali hoping to finalize agreements with other mining firms like B2 Gold and Allied Gold in the coming months. China's Ministry of Finance has announced plans to issue yuan-denominated treasury bonds valued at 8 billion yuan, that's approximately $1.13 billion, in Hong Kong on October 16th. This issuance, the fifth of its kind this year, is part of a larger strategy to consolidate Hong Kong's status as a global financial hub. The bonds will be offered under the guidance of the Hong Kong Monetary Authority's Central Money Markets Unit, and more details will be shared in the coming days. At the end of the trading session on the Nigerian Stock Exchange on Wednesday, October 9th, a total of 356 million shares were traded across 8,582 deals, reflecting a market value of approximately 6.95 billion naira, with a 50% decline in volume, 17% decrease in turnover, and a 9% drop in the number of deals compared to the previous trading session. The current market capitalization stands at 56 trillion naira. 127 equities participated in the trading, with 15 gainers and 38 losers. Leading the gainers was Lasako Assurance, with a notable 10% increase in its share price, closing at 2 naira 53 kobo per share. Following closely were Mikio Industries with a 9.47% rise, Julius Berger Nigeria at 9.33%, and Regency Alliance Insurance with a 9.09% gain. On the losing side, Ella Lake saw the most significant loss with a 9.84% drop, ending with 4 naira 40 kobo per share. Other notable decliners included Associated Bus Company down 9.63%, Etana at 8.52%, and C&I Leasing, which fell 8.4%. Fidelity Bank recorded the highest trading volume with 66.2 million shares, followed by United Bank for Africa with 38 million, Sterling Bank at 33.8 million, and Nigerian Breweries with 14.6 million shares. The benchmark NGX All-Share Index declined by 97.67 points, closing at 97,487.14. This reflects a one-week loss of 0.76%, a four-week gain of 1.33%, and an overall year-to-date increase of 30.38%. And that's the news on Signature Business. I am Tomsinime Natus.
Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi have discussed developments in the region at a meeting in Riyadh. Top oil exporter Saudi Arabia has had a political rapprochement with Tehran in recent years, which has helped ease regional tensions, but relations remain difficult. Speaking earlier, a senior Iranian official said Araghchi would discuss bilateral issues and efforts to secure a ceasefire in Lebanon and Gaza on his visit, adding that he will also visit Qatar later in the day. The Middle East has been on edge. We're awaiting Israel's response to an Iranian missile strike last week, which Tehran carried out in the retaliation for Israel's escalation against Iran-backed Hezbollah in Lebanon, in a conflict running in parallel to the Gaza war. Earlier this week, Tehran told Gulf Arab states it would be unacceptable if they allowed use of their airspace or military bases against Iran, and warned that any such move would draw a response, a senior Iranian official say. NATO chief Mark Rutte joined Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer for a trilateral meeting in London on Thursday. The trio discussed the support Ukraine would need in its war against Russia in the coming months. Asked about long-range weapons, Rutte told reporters that they discussed it today, but that in the end, it is up to the individual allies. Rutte said that NATO will begin its annual nuclear exercise on Monday, October 14th, against the backdrop of heightened nuclear rhetoric from Russian President Vladimir Putin. NATO officials said F-35A fighter jets and B-52 bombers will be among some 60 aircraft from 13 nations taking part in the Steadfast Noon exercise hosted by Belgium and the Netherlands.
Exercise Steadfast Noon will start on Monday.
Across Florida on Thursday, waking up deadly tornadoes, destroying homes and knocking out power to more than 3 million customers. First responders in Clear Waters were out before dawn, rescuing residents in an apartment complex from rising flood waters. The storm hit Florida's west coast on Wednesday night as a Category 3 hurricane on the 5-step Saffir-Simpson scale, with top sustained winds of 205 kilometers per hour, while still a dangerous storm. This was less violent than the rare Category 5 hurricane that had threatened the state as it trekked over the Gulf of Mexico towards Florida. At least 2 deaths were reported at the retirement community following a suspected tornado in Fort Pierce on the East Coast. NBC News reported, citing St. Lucie County Sheriff Keith Pearson, this department did not immediately respond to a request for details. Milton weakened as it crossed land, dropping to a Category 1 hurricane with top sustained winds of 145 kilometers per hour as it reached the peninsula's east coast, the National Hurricane Center say. By Thursday morning, the storm was moving away from the Florida Atlantic coast, lashing communities on the eastern shoreline. Former U.S. President Donald Trump rallied supporters in Pennsylvania and said his prayers were with the people of Florida as Hurricane Milton made landfall in the state. Regarding Hurricane Helene, Trump said the Biden administration had done a terrible job in its response. With less than a month to go before the November 5th election, Trump said that he was putting everything on the line and called on his supporters to vote in order to defeat Kamala Harris.
Before we begin, I want to send our prayers to the people of Florida getting hit just about now. In a little while, you're going to see a hurricane like we haven't seen in a long time, as well as all of the people still recovering from Hurricane Helene. So we have North Carolina's been hit very hard, and this administration has not done a proper job at all. Terrible, terrible. Nobody's seen anything like it. But we just pray for everybody. We want them all to be good, and we're going to be there hopefully soon, and we're going to help them rebuild and get it all back together. And we hope that God will keep them safe. God will keep them safe. Just 27 days from now, we're going to win Pennsylvania. We're going to defeat Kamala Harris. And we are going to make America great again. We're going to have the 4 greatest years we've ever had. I'm putting everything on the line to fight for you. I didn't have to be here. I could be in a beautiful beach. I could be in a gorgeous beach somewhere in the world. There's sun beaming down on this beautiful body in a bathing suit. The sun would be beaming down. The waves would be crashing into my face. Instead, I'm here with you in Pennsylvania, and I'd rather be doing that. We're going to bring him in. I don't want to tell him yet exactly we're going to pick the right, because I don't like talking. First, I like to win. We got to win. Somebody said, "Oh, sir, who's going to be Secretary of..."
Trump had earlier staged a rally in Scranton, Pennsylvania, as he makes a push for the battleground state. United States has told UN Security Council that Israel needs to urgently address catastrophic conditions among Palestinian civilians in the besieged Gaza Strip. Referring to reporters of squalid conditions in South and Central Gaza, U.S. Ambassador to the UN Linda Thomas-Greenfield said the catastrophic conditions were predicted months ago.
Conditions are catastrophic and will further deteriorate if additional steps are not taken. Indeed, all parties must meet their responsibilities under Resolution 2720. The flow of humanitarian aid through multiple border crossings to Palestinian civilians is desperately needed and must be allowed. The United States is concerned by the situation in northern Gaza, including the announcement by Israel of a new evacuation order for several communities. We're particularly concerned that Palestinian civilians have nowhere safe to go. Already there are devastating reports of the squalid conditions in the humanitarian zone in southern and central Gaza, where more than 1.5 million displaced civilians have fled. These catastrophic conditions were predicted months ago, and yet have still not been addressed. That must change, and now. We call on Israel to take urgent steps to do so. And I reiterate the United States' expectation that Palestinian civilians, including those evacuated from the north, be permitted to return to their communities and rebuild. Consistent with Resolution 2735, there must be no demographic or territorial change in the Gaza Strip, including any actions that reduce the territory of Gaza. We're also concerned by recent action by the Israeli government to limit the delivery of goods into Gaza. When combined with new bureaucratic limits placed on humanitarian goods arriving from Jordan and the closure of most border crossings in recent weeks, these restrictions would only have the effect of intensifying suffering in Gaza. We need to see fewer barriers to the delivery of aid, not more of them.
The 15-member Security Council met over the humanitarian crisis a year after a deadly attack by Palestinians militant Hamas on southern Israel sparked a war in Gaza. Thomas Greenfield also addressed a recent Israeli order for civilians in Gaza's north to evacuate again, saying they must be able to return to communities to rebuild.
The latest development in the north are especially alarming. Hundreds of thousands of people are again being pushed to move to the south where living conditions are intolerable. And yet, again, Gazans are teetering on the edge of a man-made famine. The blatant disregard for international humanitarian law and the near total breakdown of civil order is crippling the humanitarian response in Gaza. Gaza is the most dangerous place in the world for aid workers. 226 UNRWA personnel have been killed in 12 months.
Filipe Nazzarini, the head of the UN Palestinian Refugee Agency, UNRWA, told the Security Council hundreds of thousands of people are again being pushed to move to the south where living conditions are intolerable.
Israel imposes no restrictions on humanitarian aid. In fact, 82% of all requests for humanitarian coordination have been approved and implemented. We have a vision for Gaza without Hamas. Aid would finally reach those who truly need it. You spoke about the aid. Do you know that in one day, about 50% of the trucks were hijacked by Hamas? I haven't heard that from the distinguished reporters we heard today. 50%, not one or two trucks, 50% being hijacked. In the future, the trucks carrying that aid would no longer be violently hijacked. Money intended for civilian welfare would not be diverted by terrorists. The money being donated would be poured into schools and hospitals, not weapons. The fuel sent to Gaza would be used in homes for cooking, not for launching rockets. Concrete would be used to build highways, not terror tunnels. Hamas had exploited the suffering of its people, using the misery in Gaza as a propaganda tool where they line their pockets and boost their arsenals. Our vision of Gaza is not an impossible dream. It is within reach. But it cannot happen while Hamas remains in control, diverting aid, exploiting resources, and worsening the suffering of their own people.
The UN has long complained of obstacles to getting aid into Gaza and distributing it during the war. The U.S. State Department has barred former Ecuador President Rafael Correa and former Vice President George Glass from entry into the United States due to involvement in corruption. The department said it also barred the spouses and children of the former Ecuador officials from entering the U.S. The former president lives in Belgium and has been convicted of corruption and maladministration. He has denied the accusations, describing the case against him as one of political persecution led by his opponents. The former vice president, also convicted of corruption, was jailed in Ecuador. He attempted suicide earlier this year and went on a hunger strike in a prison to protest his arrest, according to his lawyer. Mexico and Ecuador had filed lawsuits against each other at the world court after the April arrest of Glass, who had been living in the Mexican embassy in Quito. Former Prime Minister Boris Johnson's memoir Unleashed was released on Thursday, hitting bookshelves in stores across the United Kingdom. Johnson, who was Prime Minister of Britain and leader of the Conservative Party from July 2019 until his resignation in September 2022, oversaw major global events such as the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russian war in Ukraine. British media reported that a week ahead of his release, Unleashed was already topping the Amazon UK Books bestsellers list. The memoir tells of Johnson's time as Mayor of London, British Foreign Secretary, and Prime Minister. Meanwhile, Palestinians searched among rubble, debris, and clouds of dust for people injured in Israeli strikes that hit a clinic hosting displaced people in Gaza City on Thursday. According to Gaza's health ministry, several people were injured in the strike on al-Rimal clinic in this city. One man carried a person out of the rubble and debris of the struck building with blood covering their face. Eyewitness Hamad Judeye said there was no warning given on an incoming strike. Gaza Health Ministry said in a statement on Thursday that more than 42,500 people, Palestinians, have been killed and 97,886 injured in Israel's military offensive on Gaza since October 7, 2023. Ukrainian drones attacked the Kashkaya military air base in Russia's southern Adgyia Republic region on Thursday morning. Video posted on social media showed a red flash lighting up the night sky in Maykup, with loud rubble heard rolling seconds later. Separately, regional head Murat Kompilov said on the Telegram messaging app that the village of Rodnikovi in the same area was being evacuated due to a fire after a drone attack. He said the attack targeted the suburbs of the city of Maykup, where the airbase is located, and there were no casualties. Russia's defense ministry said that 47 drones had been drowned or downed overnight over the broader Kuban region, which includes Adgyia. A U.S. and French-led call for a 21-day truce between Israel and Hezbollah is still on the table, said the top UN official in Lebanon on Wednesday, October 9th, as she pushed for a way to enforce a UN Security Council resolution violated for years by both sides. A UN peacekeeping mission is mandated by Security Council Resolution 1701, adopted in 2006, to help the Lebanese army keep its southern border area with Israel free of weapons or armed personnel other than those of the Lebanese state. That has sparked friction in Iran-backed Hezbollah, which effectively controls southern Lebanon. All parties are banned from crossing of the Blue Line, a UN-mapped line separating Lebanon from Israel and the Golan Heights. France and the United States proposed last month a 21-day ceasefire, but those talks quickly appeared to stall as Israel heavily bombed Beirut's southern suburbs, killing longtime Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah. And that's the news this hour. Many thanks for watching. Charles Pius is my name. Good evening.
the high level or increase of unemployment is individuals' fault. Majority of the people blames it on the government. Because I look at it that majority of us went to school to study how to be employed and not to become employers. You understand what I'm saying now? So a situation whereby you are being programmed or being worked on in such a way that you believe that once you finish your education, there is a government job such as white collar not job awaiting you, then we are deceiving ourselves. But I am trying to tell us that if you went to the school to acquire knowledge and put the knowledge into work, it will benefit both you, the society where you are, and the entire nation.
The high level of unemployment in Nigeria is alarming, like it's mind-blowing. It keeps getting worse by the day, like people are getting unemployed on a daily basis. You see students graduating from school, like no work, no job. So I won't say it's anybody's fault. Individuals have to put in effort to mitigate it. Then government, it is their duty to make sure that there is a way that students or graduates should be employed. And I think the ways to mitigate it or to make it a bit easy for everybody is to encourage entrepreneurship. Encourage entrepreneurship is very, very important. It's very, very necessary for people to be equipped to have what to do, a kind of handwork, anything that will make someone to be engaged in order to earn money for him or herself.
A high rate of unemployment in Nigeria, first is caused by we the Nigerians. And why? Because we already know that there are no jobs out there. So why then do we depend or lean on getting white-collar jobs when there are none? The federal government is not doing anything to help us and to, to give us something meaningful. Let me just stop there, to give us something meaningful. When you go out there, outside the country, definitely there are jobs there where you be able to fetch money for yourself and fend for your family. But here, it is well.
High level of unemployment, obviously is on the leadership now. It's very, very obvious because in a country that everything, the consumption rate is higher than the production rate, what do you expect? Obviously unemployment will be very high. So I guess one of the ways, and we all know it, and the government knows it, is just that the guys who, made the country this way are benefiting from it. So basically it's just to increase the productivity of the country. Look at places like Aba that produces, the kind of, despite the, financial instability they have, they can still produce such, well-crafted work, creative work. For them to do that kind of thing, imagine if money is pumped into that area. A lot of things can be done. For instance, Peter Obida, his convoy is made of innocence, he bought innocence cars, his convoy. It's because, he's trying to increase the productivity of Nigerians. And I feel if we focus on that area, things can be done to, make the country better.
Well, I believe the high level of unemployment is basically, let's say the government, because first off, the government isn't providing enough opportunities, both in learning opportunities and job opportunities for people. People actually go to school in this part of the world because we are very educated people here in Nigeria. But due to the lack of opportunities and due to no care for whoever you are, no matter what position you have attained, both in school and outside school, nobody gives an actual F about you. And this makes people just want to give up entirely. Even if they have the chance to create job opportunities, they are just looking at both the cost of the process of creating that job opportunity and how it will actually, if they can actually succeed in the business or in whatever they're about to do. And if you look at the downside of things, it doesn't add up and they just give up and go back to the whole so-called unemployed youth and the population of individuals that are unemployed in the country. The unemployment rate is actually at the highest at this point. Even after going to school, after serving for the national country and all that, you still don't even have a chance to succeed or even get a chance to start from somewhere. People are actually sidelining you because they don't see any value in what you bring to the table, as they say. But then again, we look at how the whole economy is structured. It's only the rich that keeps getting richer while the poor keeps getting poorer. nobody wants to help the other person to rise up to a particular position, and nobody is willing to actually, like, you know, give people the chance. Because I believe if everyone is given a chance, we can make things work in this country. But at this point, somebody is given a chance and nobody cares to do anything meaningful. Everybody's just giving up, literally, and it's causing so much unemployment, so much chaos, so much poverty in the land. Nobody gives a hell about anything. If anything goes to chaos, it's fine. If anything goes well, it's fine. We're all just too relaxed about the whole situation and nothing is adding up.
The high level or increase of unemployment is individuals' fault. Majority of the people blames it on the government. Because I look at it that majority of us went to school to study how to be employed and not to become employers. You understand what I'm saying now? So a situation whereby you are being programmed or being worked on in such a way that you believe that once you finish your education, there is a government job such as white collar not job awaiting you, then we are deceiving ourselves. But I am trying to tell us that if you went to the school to acquire knowledge and put the knowledge into work, it will benefit both you, the society where you are, and the entire nation.
The high level of unemployment in Nigeria is alarming. Like, it's mind-blowing. It keeps getting worse by the day. Like, people are getting unemployed on a daily basis. You see students graduating from school, like no work, no job. So I won't say it's anybody's fault. Individuals have to put in effort to mitigate it. Then government, it is their duty to make sure that there is a way that students or graduates should be employed. And I think the ways to mitigate it or to make it a bit easy for everybody is to encourage entrepreneurship. Encourage entrepreneurship is very, very important. It's very, very necessary for people to be equipped to have what to do, a kind of handwork, anything that will make someone to be engaged in order to earn money for him or herself.
A high rate of unemployment in Nigeria first is caused by we the Nigerians. And why? Because we already know that there are no jobs out there. So why then do we depend or lean on getting white-collar jobs when there are none? The federal government is not doing anything to help us and to, what do I say, to give us something meaningful. Let me just stop there, to give us something meaningful. When you go out there, outside the country, definitely there are jobs there where you be able to fetch money for yourself and fend for your family. But here, it is well.
High level of unemployment, obviously is on the leadership now. It's very, very obvious because in a country that everything, you know, the consumption rate is higher than the production rate, what do you expect? Obviously unemployment to be very high. So I guess one of the ways, and we all know it and the government knows it, is just that the guys who, you know, made the country this way are benefiting from it. So basically it's just to increase the productivity of the country. Look at places like Aba that produces, you know, the kind of, despite the, you know, financial instability they have, they can still produce such, you know, well-crafted work, creative work. For them to do that kind of thing, imagine if money is pumped into that area. You know, a lot of things can be done. For instance, Peter Obida, you know, his convoy is made of innocence, you know, he bought innocence car as his convoy. It's because, you know, he's trying to increase the productivity of Nigerians. And I feel if we focus on that area, things can be done to, you know, make the country better.
Well, I believe the high level of unemployment is basically, let's say the government, because first off, the government isn't providing enough opportunities, both in learning opportunities and job opportunities for people. People actually go to school in this part of the world because we are very educated people here in Nigeria. But due to the lack of opportunities and due to like no care for whoever you are, no matter what position you have attained, both in school and outside school, nobody gives an actual F about you. And this makes people just want to give up entirely. Even if they have the chance to create job opportunities, they are just looking at both the cost of the process of creating that job opportunity and how it will actually, if they can actually succeed in the business or in whatever they're about to do. And if you look at the downside of things, it doesn't add up and they just give up and go back to the whole so-called unemployed youth and the population of individuals that are unemployed in the country, the unemployment rate is actually at the highest at this point. Even after going to school, after serving for the national country and all that, you still don't even have a chance to succeed or even get a chance to start from somewhere. People are actually sidelining you because they don't see any value in what you bring to the table, as they say. But then again, we look at how the whole economy is structured. It's only the rich that keeps getting richer while the poor keeps getting poorer. Nobody wants to help the other person to rise up to a particular position, and nobody is willing to actually, give people the chance. Because I believe if everyone is given a chance, we can make things work in this country. But at this point, somebody is given a chance and nobody cares to do anything meaningful. Everybody's just giving up, literally, and it's causing so much unemployment, so much chaos, so much poverty in the land. Nobody gives a hell about anything. If anything goes to chaos, it's fine. If anything goes well, it's fine. We're all just too relaxed about the whole situation and nothing is adding up.
The high level or increase of unemployment is individuals' fault. Majority of the people blames it on the government. Because I look at it that majority of us went to school to study how to be employed and not to become employers. You understand what I'm saying now? So a situation whereby you are being programmed or being worked on in such a way that you believe that once you finish your education, there is a government job such as white collar not job awaiting you, then we are deceiving ourselves. But I am trying to tell us that if you went to the school to acquire knowledge and put the knowledge into work, it will benefit both you, the society where you are, and the entire nation.
The high level of unemployment in Nigeria is alarming. Like, it's mind-blowing. It keeps getting worse by the day. Like, people are getting unemployed on a daily basis. You see students graduating from school, like no work, no job. So I won't say it's anybody's fault. Individuals have to put in effort to mitigate it. Then government, it is their duty to make sure that there is a way that students or graduates should be employed. And I think the ways to mitigate it or to make it a bit easy for everybody is to encourage entrepreneurship. Encourage entrepreneurship is very, very important. It's very, very necessary for people to be equipped to have what to do, a kind of handwork, anything that will make someone to be engaged in order to earn money for him or herself.
High rate of unemployment in Nigeria, first is caused by we the Nigerians. And why? Because we already know that there are no jobs out there. So why then do we depend or lean on getting white-collar jobs when there are none? The federal government is not doing anything to help us and to, to give us something meaningful. Let me just stop there, to give us something meaningful. When you go out there, outside the country, definitely there are jobs there where you be able to fetch money for yourself and fend for your family. But here, it is well.
High level of unemployment, obviously is on the leadership now. It's very, very obvious because in a country that everything, the consumption rate is higher than the production rate, what do you expect? Obviously unemployment will be very high. So I guess one of the ways, and we all know it, and the government knows it, is just that the guys who, made the country this way are benefiting from it. So basically it's just to increase the productivity of the country. Look at places like Aba that produces, the kind of, despite the, financial instability they have, they can still produce such, well-crafted work, creative work. For them to do that kind of thing, imagine if money is pumped into that area. A lot of things can be done. For instance, Peter Obida, his convoy is made of innocence. He bought innocence car as his convoy. It's because, he's trying to increase the productivity of Nigerians. And I feel if we focus on that area, things can be done to, make the country better.
Well, I believe the high level of unemployment is basically, let's say the government, because first off, the government isn't providing enough opportunities, both in learning opportunities and job opportunities for people. People actually go to school in this part of the world because we are very educated people here in Nigeria. But due to the lack of opportunities and due to like no care for whoever you are, no matter what position you have attained, both in school and outside school, nobody gives an actual F about you. And this makes people just want to give up entirely. Even if they have the chance to create job opportunities, they are just looking at both the cost of the process of creating that job opportunity and how it will actually, if they can actually succeed in the business or in whatever they're about to do. And if you look at the downside of things, it doesn't add up and they just give up and go back to the whole so-called unemployed youth and the population of individuals that are unemployed in the country. The unemployment rate is actually at the highest at this point. Even after going to school, after serving for the national country and all that, you still don't even have a chance to succeed or even get a chance to start from somewhere. People are actually sidelining you because they don't see any value in what you bring to the table, as they say. But then again, we look at how the whole economy is structured. It's only the rich that keeps getting richer while the poor keeps getting poorer. Nobody wants to help the other person to rise up to a particular position, and nobody is willing to actually, like, you know, give people the chance. Because I believe if everyone is given a chance, we can make things work in this country. But at this point, somebody is giving a chance and nobody cares to do anything meaningful. Everybody's just giving up, literally, and it's causing so much unemployment, so much chaos, so much poverty in the land. Nobody gives a hell about anything. If anything goes to chaos, it's fine. If anything goes well, it's fine. We're all just too relaxed about the whole situation and nothing is adding up.
The high level or increase of unemployment is individuals' fault. Majority of the people blames it on the government. Because I look at it that majority of us went to school to study how to be employed and not to become employers. You understand what I'm saying now? So a situation whereby you are being programmed or being worked on in such a way that you believe that once you finish your education, there is a government job such as white collar job awaiting you, then we are deceiving ourselves. But I am trying to tell us that if you went to the school to acquire knowledge and put the knowledge into work, it will benefit both you, the society where you are, and the entire nation.
The high level of unemployment in Nigeria is alarming. Like, it's mind-blowing. It keeps getting worse by the day. Like, people are getting unemployed on a daily basis. You see students graduating from school, like no work, no job. So I won't say it's anybody's fault. Individuals have to put in effort to mitigate it. Then government, it is their duty to make sure that there is a way that students or graduates should be employed. And I think the ways to mitigate it or to make it a bit easy for everybody is to encourage entrepreneurship. Encourage entrepreneurship is very, very important. It's very, very necessary for people to be equipped to have what to do, a kind of handwork, anything that will make someone to be engaged in order to earn money for him or herself.
High rate of unemployment in Nigeria, first is caused by we the Nigerians. And why? Because we already know that there are no jobs out there. So why then do we depend or lean on getting white collar jobs when there are none? The federal government is not doing anything to help us and to what do I say, to give us something meaningful. Let me just stop there, to give us something meaningful. When you go out there, outside the country, definitely there are jobs there where you be able to fetch money for yourself and fend for your family. But here, it is well.
High level of unemployment, obviously is on the leadership now. It's very, very obvious because in a country that everything, you know, the consumption rate is higher than the production rate, what do you expect? Obviously unemployment will be very high. So I guess one of the ways, and we all know it and the government knows it, is just that the guys who, you know, made the country this way are benefiting from it. So basically it's just to increase the productivity of the country. Look at places like Aba that produces, you know, the kind of, despite the, you know, financial instability they have, they can still produce such, well-crafted work, creative work. For them to do that kind of thing, imagine if money is pumped into that area. A lot of things can be done. For instance, Peter Obi, his convoy is made of innocence. He bought innocence cars, his convoy. It's because, he's trying to increase the productivity of Nigerians. And I feel if we focus on that area, things can be done to, make the country better.
Well, I believe the high level of unemployment is basically, let's say the government, because first off, the government isn't providing enough opportunities, both in learning opportunities and job opportunities for people. People actually go to school in this part of the world because we are very educated people here in Nigeria. But due to the lack of opportunities and due to no care for whoever you are, no matter what position you have attained, both in school and outside school, nobody gives an actual F about you. And this makes people just want to give up entirely. Even if they have the chance to create job opportunities, they are just looking at both the cost of the process of creating that job opportunity and how it will actually, if they can actually succeed in the business or in whatever they're about to do. And if you look at the downside of things, it doesn't add up and they just give up and go back to the whole so-called unemployed youth and the population of individuals that are unemployed in the country. The unemployment rate is actually at the highest at this point. Even after going to school, after serving for the national country and all that, you still don't even have a chance to succeed or even get a chance to start from somewhere. People are actually sidelining you because they don't see any value in what you bring to the table, as they say. But then again, we look at how the whole economy is structured. It's only the rich that keeps getting richer while the poor keeps getting poorer. Nobody wants to help the other person to rise up to a particular position, and nobody is willing to actually give people the chance, because I believe if everyone is given a chance, we can make things work in this country. But at this point, somebody is giving a chance and nobody cares to do anything meaningful. Everybody is just giving up, literally, and it's causing so much unemployment, so much chaos, so much poverty in the land. Nobody gives a hell about anything. If anything goes to chaos, it's fine. If anything goes well, it's fine. We're all just too relaxed about the whole situation and nothing is adding up.
The high level or increase of unemployment is individuals' fault. Majority of the people blames it on the government. Because I look at it that majority of us went to school to study how to be employed and not to become employers. You understand what I'm saying now? So a situation whereby you are being programmed or being worked on in such a way that you believe that once you finish your education, there is a government job such as white collar not job awaiting you, then we are deceiving ourselves. But I am trying to tell us that if you went to the school to acquire knowledge and put the knowledge into work, it will benefit both you, the society where you are, and the entire nation.
The high level of unemployment in Nigeria is alarming. It's mind-blowing. It keeps getting worse by the day. People are getting unemployed on a daily basis. You see students graduating from school, no work, no job. So I won't say it's anybody's fault. Individuals have to put in effort to mitigate it. Then government, it is their duty to make sure that there is a way that students or graduates should be employed. And I think the ways to mitigate it or to make it a bit easy for everybody is to encourage entrepreneurship. Encourage entrepreneurship is very, very important. It's very, very necessary for people to be equipped to have what to do, a kind of handwork, anything that will make someone to be engaged in order to earn money for him or herself.
High rate of unemployment in Nigeria, first is caused by we the Nigerians. And why? Because we already know that there are no jobs out there. So why then do we depend or lean on getting white-collar jobs when there are none? The federal government is not doing anything to help us and to give us something meaningful. Let me just stop there, to give us something meaningful. When you go out there, outside the country, definitely there are jobs there where you be able to fetch money for yourself and fend for your family. But here, it is well.
high level of unemployment, obviously is on the leadership now. It's very, very obvious because in a country that everything, the consumption rate is higher than the production rate, what do you expect? Obviously unemployment will be very high. So I guess one of the ways, and we all know it and the government knows it, is just that the guys who, made the country this way are benefiting from it. So basically it's just to increase the productivity of the country. Look at places like Aba that produces, the kind of, despite the, financial instability they have, they can still produce such, well-crafted work, creative work. For them to do that kind of thing, imagine if money is pumped into that area. A lot of things can be done. For instance, Peter Obida, his convoy is made of innocence, he bought innocence cars, his convoy. It's because, he's trying to increase the productivity of Nigerians. And I feel if we focus on that area, things can be done to, make the country better.
Well, I believe the high level of unemployment is basically, let's say the government, because first off, the government isn't providing enough opportunities, both in learning opportunities and job opportunities for people. People actually go to school in this part of the world because we are very educated people here in Nigeria. But due to the lack of opportunities and due to no care for whoever you are, no matter what position you have attained, both in school and outside school, nobody gives an actual F about you. And this makes people just want to give up entirely. Even if they have the chance to create job opportunities, they are just looking at both the cost of the process of creating that job opportunity and how it will actually, if they can actually succeed in the business or in whatever they're about to do. And if you look at the downside of things, it doesn't add up and they just give up and go back to the whole so-called unemployed youth and the population of individuals that are unemployed in the country. The unemployment rate is actually at the highest at this point. Even after going to school, after serving for the national country and all that, you still don't even have a chance to succeed or even get a chance to start from somewhere. People are actually sidelining you because they don't see any value in what you bring to the table, as they say. But then again, we look at how the whole economy is structured. It's only the rich that keeps getting richer while the poor keeps getting poorer. Nobody wants to help the other person to rise up to a particular position, and nobody is willing to actually give people the chance, because I believe if everyone is given a chance, we can make things work in this country. But at this point, nobody is given a chance and nobody cares to do anything meaningful. Everybody's just giving up, literally, and it's causing so much unemployment, so much chaos, so much poverty in the land. Nobody gives a hell about anything. If anything goes to chaos, it's fine. If anything goes well, it's fine. We're all just too relaxed about the whole situation and nothing is adding up.
The high level or increase of unemployment is individuals' fault. Majority of the people blames it on the government. Because I look at it that majority of us went to school to study how to be employed and not to become employers. You understand what I'm saying now? So a situation whereby you are being programmed or being worked on in such a way that you believe that once you finish your education, there is a government job such as white collar job awaiting you, then we are deceiving ourselves. But I am trying to tell us that if you went to the school to acquire knowledge and put the knowledge into work, it will benefit both you, the society where you are, and the entire nation.
The high level of unemployment in Nigeria is alarming. It's mind-blowing. It keeps getting worse by the day. People are getting unemployed on a daily basis. You see students graduating from school, no work, no job. So I won't say it's anybody's fault. Individuals have to put in effort to mitigate it. Then government, it is their duty to make sure that there is a way that students or graduates should be employed. And I think the ways to mitigate it or to make it a bit easy for everybody is to encourage entrepreneurship. Encourage entrepreneurship is very, very important. It's very, very necessary for people to be equipped to have what to do, a kind of handwork, anything that will make someone to be engaged in order to earn money for him or herself.
A high rate of unemployment in Nigeria, first is caused by we the Nigerians. And why? Because we already know that there are no jobs out there. So extent do we depend or lean on getting white-collar jobs when there are none? The federal government is not doing anything to help us and to, what do I say, to give us something meaningful. Let me just stop there, to give us something meaningful. When you go out there, outside the country, definitely there are jobs there where you be able to fetch money for yourself and fend for your family. But here, it is well.
High level of unemployment, obviously that is on the leadership now. It's very, very obvious because in a country that everything, you know, the consumption rate is higher than the production rate, what do you expect? Obviously unemployment will be very high. So I guess one of the ways, and we all know it, and the government knows it, is just that the guys who, you know, made the country this way are benefiting from it. So basically it's just to increase the productivity of the country. Look at places like Aba that produces, you know, the kind of, despite the, you know, financial instability they have, they can still produce such, you know, well-crafted work, creative work. For them to do that kind of thing, imagine if money is pumped into that area. You know, a lot of things can be done. For instance, Peter Obida, you know, his convoy is made of innocence. You know, he bought innocence cars as his convoy. It's because, you know, he's trying to increase the productivity of Nigerians. And I feel if we focus on that area, things can be done to, you know, make the country better.
Well, I believe the high level of unemployment is basically, let's say the government, because first off, the government isn't providing enough opportunities, both in learning opportunities and job opportunities for people. People actually go to school in this part of the world because we are very educated people here in Nigeria. But due to the lack of opportunities and due to like no care for whoever you are, no matter what position you have attained, both in school and outside school, nobody gives an actual F about you. And this makes people just want to give up entirely. Even if they have the chance to create job opportunities, they are just looking at both the cost of the process of creating that job opportunity and how it will actually, if they can actually succeed in the business or in whatever they're about to do. And if you look at the downside of things, it doesn't add up and they just give up and go back to the whole so-called unemployed youth and the population of individuals that are unemployed in the country. The unemployment rate is actually at the highest at this point. Even after going to school, after serving for the national country and all that, you still don't even have a chance to succeed or even get a chance to start from somewhere. People are actually sidelining you because they don't see any value in what you bring to the table, as they say. But then again, we look at how the whole economy is structured. It's only the rich that keeps getting richer while the poor keeps getting poorer. Nobody wants to help the other person to rise up to a particular position, and nobody is willing to actually, like, you know, give people the chance. Because I believe if everyone is given a chance, we can make things work in this country. But at this point, somebody is given a chance and nobody cares to do anything meaningful. Everybody's just giving up, literally, and it's causing so much unemployment, so much chaos, so much poverty in the land. Nobody gives a hell about anything. If anything goes to chaos, it's fine. If anything goes well, it's fine. We're all just too relaxed about the whole situation and nothing is adding up.
The high level or increase of unemployment is individuals' fault. Majority of the people blames it on the government. Because I look at it that majority of us went to school to study how to be employed and not to become employers. You understand what I'm saying now? So a situation whereby you are being programmed or being worked on in such a way that you believe that once you finish your education, there is a government job such as white collar not job awaiting you, then we are deceiving ourselves. But I am trying to tell us that if you went to the school to acquire knowledge and put the knowledge into work, it will benefit both you, the society where you are, and the entire nation.
The high level of unemployment in Nigeria is alarming. Like, it's mind-blowing. It keeps getting worse by the day. Like, people are getting unemployed on a daily basis. You see students graduating from school, like no work, no job. So I won't say it's anybody's fault. Individuals have to put in effort to mitigate it. Then government, it is their duty to make sure that there is a way that students or graduates should be employed. And I think the ways to mitigate it or to make it a bit easy for everybody is to encourage entrepreneurship. Encourage entrepreneurship is very, very important. It's very, very necessary for people to be equipped to have what to do, a kind of handwork, anything that will make someone to be engaged in order to earn money for him or herself.
A high rate of unemployment in Nigeria, first is caused by we the Nigerians. And why? Because we already know that there are no jobs out there. So why then do we depend or lean on getting white-collar jobs when there are none? The federal government is not doing anything to help us and to, to give us something meaningful. Let me just stop there, to give us something meaningful. When you go out there, outside the country, definitely there are jobs there where you be able to fetch money for yourself and fend for your family. But here, it is well.
High level of unemployment, obviously is on the leadership now. It's very, very obvious because in a country that everything, the consumption rate is higher than the production rate, what do you expect? Obviously unemployment will be very high. So I guess one of the ways, and we all know it, and the government knows it, is just that the guys who, made the country this way are benefiting from it. So basically it's just to increase the productivity of the country. Look at places like Aba that produces, the kind of, despite the, financial instability they have, they can still produce such, well-crafted work, creative work. For them to do that kind of thing, imagine if money is pumped into that area. A lot of things can be done. For instance, Peter Obida, his convoy is made of innocence, he bought innocence cars, his convoy. It's because, he's trying to increase the productivity of Nigerians. And I feel if we focus on that area, things can be done to, make the country better.
Well, I believe the high level of unemployment is basically, let's say the government, because first off, the government isn't providing enough opportunities, both in learning opportunities and job opportunities for people. People actually go to school in this part of the world because we are very educated people here in Nigeria. But due to the lack of opportunities and due to no care for whoever you are, no matter what position you have attained, both in school and outside school, nobody gives an actual F about you. And this makes people just want to give up entirely. Even if they have the chance to create job opportunities, they are just looking at both the cost of the process of creating that job opportunity and how it will actually, if they can actually succeed in the business or in whatever they're about to do. And if you look at the downside of things, it doesn't add up and they just give up and go back to the whole so-called unemployed youth and the population of individuals that are unemployed in the country. The unemployment rate is actually at the highest at this point. Even after going to school, after serving for the national country and all that, you still don't even have a chance to succeed or even get a chance to start from somewhere. People are actually sidelining you because they don't see any value in what you bring to the table, as they say. But then again, we look at how the whole economy is structured. It's only the rich that keeps getting richer while the poor keeps getting poorer. Nobody wants to help the other person to rise up to a particular position, and nobody is willing to actually give people the chance, because I believe if everyone is given a chance, we can make things work in this country. But at this point, somebody is giving a chance and nobody cares to do anything meaningful. Everybody's just giving up, literally, and it's causing so much unemployment, so much chaos, so much poverty in the land. Nobody gives a hell about anything. If anything goes to chaos, it's fine. If anything goes well, it's fine. We're all just too relaxed about the whole situation and nothing is adding up.
The high level or increase of unemployment is individuals' fault. Majority of the people blames it on the government. Because I look at it that majority of us went to school to study how to be employed and not to become employers. You understand what I'm saying now? So a situation whereby you are being programmed or being worked on in such a way that you believe that once you finish your education, there is a government job such as white collar job awaiting you, then we are deceiving ourselves. But I am trying to tell us that if you went to the school to acquire knowledge and put the knowledge into work, it will benefit both you, the society where you are, and the entire nation.
The high level of unemployment in Nigeria is alarming. It's mind-blowing. it keeps getting worse by the day. Like people are getting unemployed on a daily basis. You see students graduating from school, like no work, no job. So I won't say it's anybody's fault. Individuals have to put in effort to mitigate it. Then government, it is their duty to make sure that there is a way that students or graduates should be employed. And I think the ways to mitigate it or to make it a bit easy for everybody is to encourage entrepreneurship. Encourage entrepreneurship is very, very important. It's very, very necessary for people to be equipped to have what to do, a kind of handwork, anything that will make someone to be engaged in order to earn money for him or herself.
High rate of unemployment in Nigeria, first is caused by we the Nigerians. And why? Because we already know that there are no jobs out there. So why then do we depend or lean on getting white-collar jobs when there are none? The federal government is not doing anything to help us and to, to give us something meaningful. Let me just stop there, to give us something meaningful. When you go out there, outside the country, definitely there are jobs there where you be able to fetch money for yourself and fend for your family. But here, it is well.
High level of unemployment, obviously is on the leadership now. It's very, very obvious because in a country that everything, the consumption rate is higher than the production rate, what do you expect? Obviously unemployment will be very high. So I guess one of the ways, and we all know it and the government knows it, is just that the guys who, made the country this way are benefiting from it. So basically it's just to increase the productivity of the country. Look at places like Aba that produces, the kind of, despite the, financial instability they have, they can still produce such, well-crafted work, creative work. For them to do that kind of thing, imagine if money is pumped into that area. A lot of things can be done. For instance, Peter Bida, his convoy is made of innocence, he bought innocence cars, his convoy. It's because, he's trying to increase the productivity of Nigerians. And I feel if we focus on that area, things can be done to, make the country better.
Well, I believe the high level of unemployment is basically, let's say the government, because first off, the government isn't providing enough opportunities, both in learning opportunities and job opportunities for people. People actually go to school in this part of the world because we are very educated people here in Nigeria. But due to the lack of opportunities and due to no care for whoever you are, no matter what position you have attained, both in school and outside school, nobody gives an actual F about you. And this makes people just want to give up entirely. Even if they have the chance to create job opportunities, they are just looking at both the cost of the process of creating that job opportunity and how it will actually, if they can actually succeed in the business or in whatever they're about to do. And if you look at the downside of things, it doesn't add up and they just give up and go back to
Welcome, good morning, and of course this is Signature Morning on Signature Television. How are you doing? Today is Thursday, the 3rd day in the month of October, and we usually throw back to all the good, old days, but today is pretty significant. Yeah, today is World Mental Health Day. Yes, it's important that we recognize, this day, and of course, reflect on ourselves, look at ourselves, check up. Yes, we have to be mentally healthy, mentally strong. My name is Belinda, and of course, like usual, Charles Pius is right here with me.
Well, mental health there, I can actually predict that most Nigerians are either going going through one or two mental health issues. Largely not because they want to be there or they want to have those mental issues, but largely because of the issues exacerbated by fuel costs. I don't know if you've noticed, between yesterday and today, the pump price of fuel have changed. In fact, let me even state it clearly that since 2023, the pump price of fuel in Nigeria hasn't stabilized. It's either, you are talking about the food prices, you're also talking about the cost of living, or you're talking about protests, or even referring to, things that are practically supposed to be the easiest thing to get. You're not able to, do it. And even while pump prices are going up, incomes are not going up. Businesses are shutting down because of the high cost of production. I saw someone tweeting one businessman tweeting how difficult it has become to even do business in Nigeria because of the cost of production. The person is a bread producer, and so he was trying to calculate how much it was, he's putting in production of one bread before May 29, 2023, and how much it has become after May 29, and even up until now, the prices of these things haven't actually reduced. A loaf of bread right now, I don't know how much it is in your locality, but it's hovering around between 1,600 and 2,500. Yeah, there was even one that cost a stare on social media. And that one was the fact that one loaf of bread was actually put at 47,000 naira.
47?
Yes, 47,000 naira. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, I saw that.
And somebody was like shocked. No, this is not possible. That how can bread be?
Is it bread of life?
So you can imagine the cost of producing that particular bread. It would have doubled now. I mean, because it used to be less than 15,000, but now it's 47,000.
What exactly is in the bread that's making it 70-something thousand? I'm wondering, it's not the same flour or there's another thing?
No, there's bread and there is bread.
Okay.
And that particular one is bread for,
like.
it's bread for the living.
Okay.
Well, welcome everybody. Let's go on a short break. We'll be back with the headlines on our dailies.
Still on this morning, the signature morning, we'll be bringing to you the newspaper headlines. We'll be beginning with the Daily Trust newspapers this morning. We've have here that NLC demands petrol price hike reversal, with the rider federal government denies involvement as NNPCL adjusts cost above 1,000 naira per litre. It is unbearable, citizens. New pricing unfavorable to us, IPMAN.
PDP crisis, party leaders clash over Atiku and Wike.
NNPCL, MPA, NATI, 507 others score low in transparency accountability report.
Bandits kill 11, abduct others in Katsina communities.
Concerns over hurdles to mental health care in Nigeria.
Woman, 4 grandchildren die after taking PAP.
Federal government finalizes plan for zero VAT on pharmaceuticals.
Plateau local government poll, voting extended amidst hitches.
Moving ahead to the Nation newspapers just above the mass, conflicting personal interest, cause of PDP crisis, says Oyilola.
NNPCL sells petrol for 998 naira in Lagos, 1,030 naira in Abuja. Oil giant buys from Dangote, beats naira 97 per litre. Fuel deregulations of downstream oil sector begins.
Federal government cautions Nigerians on source of drinking water.
Senates, states must comply fully with Supreme Court's judgment on consul autonomy.
Innovative funding, key to sustainable aviation sector. That's on the page 7 of the Nations.
Why Lagos added Green Line Rail mass transits.
Okay, and still just behind that, Nemadi-led LP caretaker panel rejects Abure affirmation judgment.
Well, moving over to the Punch newspaper, 1,030 naira litre price. NLC demands reversal as fuel queues resurface. With the rider, petrol nears 1,300 per litre in state as NNPC hikes pump price again. APC opposition clash.
And Tinubu government borrowed $6.45 billion from West Bank. That's from report.
Buhari did not approve Emefiele's Naira redesign, says CBN Deputy Governor.
20-year-old Ogun fund seeker drowns in hotel pool.
Edo, PDP, APC clash stalls poll materials inspection.
Okay, and Tinubu government, okay, I think Senate fought governor's fresh move on local government allocations.
North Central PDP caucus presents Damagom's replacements October 24th.
Okay, you can see the amount, of course, like you said it before, a liter right now is 1,030 naira.
I mean, from it used to be
800 and something.
That's not even 800. From when the president took over, May 29, 2023, when he said subsidy is gone, from that very moment, the fuel close to my house that I had just bought, I had just bought 120 naira, 120 per litre at the time, shot up to 400, and then that same week, it stabilized around 600, 550, 600. We hadn't even done grappling with the effect of that 550, 600 naira. Then it went up to 887. In fact, it was 850, and then it was adjusted to 890 something. And now it has increased again to 1,030 naira. There are different regions, though. The prices for North Central is different from prices from Northeast and prices for Northwest. And I understand that because of the fact that the fuel comes from the South, so it's understandable that, transporting it to the North would cost a lot of money. That's the reason why Northwest and Northeast are actually having higher prices in terms of fuel. But so many persons are asking, why is South-South, having the largest in terms of costs, the highest cost in terms of the per liter fuel? Why is it like that? Given that oil comes from, the South-South region, most of it comes from the South-South region. Lagos is actually the cheapest with around 1,000 naira or so, or 998 naira, so with variations in different filling stations. Southeast is not amongst the highest, but North Central, Northeast, Northwest have the highest. But so many persons are asking on social media, why is South having, the highest costs in terms of per liter of fuel?
Okay, talking about the petrol, let's look at the Vanguard newspapers right here. Anger as petrol price goes up, third time in 2 months, with rider price up by 15% to 1,030 naira per liter in Abuja, 998 naira in Lagos. We are seeing complete deregulation. That's for marketers. Latest increase regulatable EU-timed CPPE. Untold hardship for workers looms. NCMDLCA. Impact will be severe on businesses. Asbon will further erode citizens' purchasing power. That's from NECA, an analyst. Nigerians being pushed to the wall as beef. And Shehu Sani Baptist Conference. High up seek Tinubu's intervention. And finally, we have NLC demands reversal, says is an aberration. You can see everybody's crying on because of this and reacting because of this particular increase.
Gunmen attack army camp, kill soldiers in Imo.
For the government, Gazette executive order to zero VAT exercise duties for manufacturing firms.
Unilag UI lose top rankings as CU emerges best Nigerian university in 2024.
Military lacks weapons, morale to defeat terrorists. That's from Ndume.
Army probes brigades commander over alleged diversion of palliatives.
Federal government will flush out bandits, criminals from Northwest. That's from Matawale.
AFCON 2025, full house in Uyo as Super Eagles get set to play Libya.
Okay, I think we'll be moving ahead to the Nigerian Tribune this morning. Nigerian Tribune, NLC kicks as NMPC sells petrol for 998 naira in Lagos, 1,025 naira in Ibadan, 1,030 naira in Abuja, with the rider brace up for further inflation, higher cost of goods, services, Wealthgate's advisory boss. New pump price gradually reflecting the regulated market operator.
Federal government to gazette zero VAT on pharmaceutical products.
And local government autonomy don't circumvent Supreme Court judgment. Senate cautions states, local governments.
Federal government will flush out bandits terrorists from Northwest, says Matawale.
Okay, and PDP, new push to oust Damagun as national chairman, with the rider as Orton insists position must go to Benue Zone B. Two key members of NWC clash over root causes of PDP crisis.
We're moving over to the Guardian newspaper this morning. Just below, the mass frustration, hardships sink more Nigerians into depression. That's on page 6.
More pains for Nigerians as PMS hits 1,000 naira per litre, threatens survival.
MFLA violated Naira redesign procedure. Ex-CBN chief testifies.
Aida Tiwa sacks aid over alleged 30 million naira bribe. Others probe.
PDP NWC splits over internal crisis.
Confusion as Senate insists on full local government autonomy.
All the details you can find on the Guardian newspaper this morning.
Your last headline from Guardian is saying frustration, hardship sinks more Nigerians into depression.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But thinking about it alone, it's depressing.
Yeah.
How can you feel within a short period of time from 125?
The Guardian was very graphical in their headline. They even draw the human brain.
Absolutely.
And all the things that attack it.
Fuel. Even the pump distance is
they
there.
put the pump price as score. That one, what percentage did they give it to the mental health?
Oh my
Suffice
God.
it to say that psychologists have said all humans are mad, but in certain degrees of madness. The only thing is that we say what level of madness is acceptable. I mean, within which one do you go on and now say you are now begin to pick leaves? And what level you can go, you can now become, move along with every other human being. But the mental health of Nigerians is suspect with what is happening. And I think it's calculated. Some people somewhere want to make all Nigerians mad. What they want to achieve, I do not know.
They say it's deregulation, that the government is removing its hand completely from oil.
You know what happened? These are what even get every Nigerians mentally depressed and mad. When this thing was building up, we were here. NNPCL leave the market to deregulate the market itself. They went there and stooped on a shit they didn't know anything about. They left all their refineries rotting away over 2 decades. Somebody brought up. Now, even Dangote himself is also a suspect. Because as we are talking, he has not come out to tell us how much it costs him to produce per liter of his fuel.
But do you think it's his fault?
I don't know whose fault it is. But the whole thing that boils down to make Nigerians all go mad and depressed is my concern. Whoever fault it is, they should go there and settle it. We saw this coming. And to tell you, they have achieved their target and they now go to rest. NNPC are not refining 1 drop of oil in Nigeria. They cannot supervise crude oil theft. They can't guarantee it. They contracted the contractors who got their billions of naira that should go into our account. I don't know what they are regulating. Then somebody want to begin to, they will need to support him so that these people will now refine oil and petroleum product and at least let Nigeria be saturated with it before we think about export market. They went there and Sud Bank said they would buy. Where are all those marketers who they've been round robin on subsidy? Where were they? Where are they now? Why don't I allow them? They all go to Dangote, buy at what Dangote is selling. Like you said, you see what is happening. In Lagos, it's 998. Before it gets to Abuja, they make sure they mark Abuja at 1,020 naira, 30 naira. These are the 2 areas they are interested. Charles, since I was born in my village, nobody has sold fuel at any price that the NNPC has put it at. Since I was born.
It's unprecedented, frankly. I mean,
so
for the
now you have mentioned the filling station very close to you in ENUGU. So what are they telling us? We saw it, and of course they think every day everybody will be. Let them wait until today is World Mental Health Day. Let them wait until every Nigerian will go mad. And the madness, I don't think they're still trying themselves how to handle mad people. I guarantee you, mad people will hit the streets. And if you don't know how to handle mad people, NNPCL will be the first people to receive mad people of Nigeria. They will come for you. I assure you they will come. You don't turn them into mad people and they think you will. Whatever you sow, you reap. Because they've not explained to us what is happening. They only know how to set price. Nobody is explaining to anybody, set price, they regulate for who, which market. You are regulating a product, you don't know a jack about how to produce it. And you have opportunity of crude oil, some you loan to people, the money you get, we don't know where it is. As at the last count, the president said whatever you think you want to remit to a federal account, use it for whatever you. So for over some years now, NNPCL has not paid funding into a federal account. They sat down there, collecting salary, looking for how to inflict pain on Nigerians. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. And this is not auguring well. But they said, I've said here one time, make it 5,000 naira. Why stopping at, why putting 20 naira? Make it a round number so that nobody will buy food and not look for change. No, you don't go there and say, start looking for, after Nigerians do not use 20 naira again, 20 kobo. Make it round number, 2,000, 5,000, those are round number, 10,000. Once you get to there, then everybody will now begin to reap what they sow. If they see Nigerians in the streets, then they will sit down there in an NPCL office, even Dangote will be refining. If they don't, they will sit back and rethink. All this struggle, I said, Nigerians are just struggling in vain. As far as I'm concerned, they are waiting for, one man down, two to go. We'll be doing like this. They look back, this man don't drop. We go and bury the person. Hey, this man don't, every day. Look at how people are dying. And some of them that think they're standing don't know it's coming to them. So the best thing is all to say, let's stop at this time. And the best thing is to stop this country at this, just stop to reflect. And not say, stop. People wake up, just stop. Let's see the fuel. Park your cars, park your keke, let people stay at home. That's what I preach. It's my opinion. Come and ask me why. We can't continue this way. We cannot. It's only when people park, then they start drinking this oil, fuel and the PMS. When those people, NNPCL will share it to their village, people drink it and export it and get all the money Nigeria needs. The foreign people depend on 200 million Nigerians to milk us with their technology and this. Then even the local market will still also milk on us and do this. It is not acceptable.
Absolutely. Up until this moment, I still haven't wrapped my head around selling crude to Dangote in Naira, and then Dangote also selling to Nigeria in Naira, and still the price of PMS is going up. I really don't, I don't understand.
In 64 years of Nigeria existence, fuel price goes up 3 times in 1 month, in 2 months. 3 times.
Never happened before.
It's there in Vanguard.
Never happened.
Did we say?
Never happened before.
And from what they're going, it's likely that tomorrow, this one you're talking about, everybody will start fixing at their own different prices. And this is the leg Mnama we used to reach Umuahia. Oh boy, I don't think we know what is up. When this is okay, the employers, somebody put out the WhatsApp that he was wondering what workers. These Nigerian workers, if they're not stealing from Nigeria, Nigeria is stealing from them.
Absolutely.
Nothing has changed on salaries anywhere. Nobody is talking about it. 70,000 naira they are talking about as minimum wage. It's still being negotiated at some governors. Some said the other day there was somebody said he will pay 72,000. It was like being celebrated. How he's going to pay? When he's going to pay? For 3 months they are talking about it. No, I don't think any state has paid. But look at how long, how fast things, standard of living has risen so much that, or it's deteriorated so badly that you'll be wondering, these Nigerians, are they ordinary human beings? That you still find people moving?
Well, not many people are moving anymore, frankly.
No,
not
I mean, even in the street, whether they are moving or they are static, find people still staying here, it's a miracle. And some people still seem somewhere they are not feeling this. I think something is wrong.
Yeah.
You think they are human beings? They are not. From the whole of their generations, we suffer this. It is inhuman. And the worst thing I keep saying, Nobody, you wake up in the morning, like we have woken up this day, they told us Abuja is selling 1,030 naira. Lagos is saying, that's all. And you hear it from the newspaper. That's all.
Yeah, NNPC said it no longer wants to be the middleman, because normally it used to be the middleman between NNPC, between Dangote and the marketers. So it now says it's leaving that space, that marketers can now buy directly from NNPC and I mean from Dangote.
Why,
so because
why,
of that,
did he, why didn't he concentrate on importing and exporting fuel? Why the one we built here? The marketers know where the refineries are. These are the insincerities. They have just cornered. They know how much out of this 1,030 naira is coming from to them. They know. 998 NPCL know what is coming to them. They know. They do the mathematics. They know. How they come out at this pricing, they know. Because they spoiled the whole thing. If they had the interest of Nigerians, they won't start the way they started, and they have destroyed all trust we have for them. So why are they pulling out now? And when they pull out now, to whose interest? That will tell you the rot. And somebody is sitting down there, calling himself managing director, or whatever he calls himself, NNPCL, collecting fast salaries with their cronies and their extended and nuclear families, living in affluence. And billions of Nigerians are suffering. And they think they are okay. And to think they have not dropped 1 liter of fuel for 20 years and they're still living this kind of affluence, and that level of salary they are earning. We all live in Nigeria. We know it's the dream of every young Nigerian want to work in NNPC and the Central Bank. These are, we know Shell, those days. These are things that has happened. We know. And they still happen. And even when they do not, federal government keep them. You've not had they trim them down. You've not had they sacked or rationalized. You won't hear such things. They will corner themselves there, exporting and importing, overseeing crude oil theft and all that kind of nonsense. And when they managed to put something in Nigeria, they went first there and do their mago, spoil the thing and got what they want, and they pull back and tell Nigerians, we are no more. Let's think about another thing.
Right. Confucian as Senate insists on full local government autonomy, and that is actually stemming from what had happened with the headline we read yesterday that Anambra State Governor was trying to, ask local governments to, he was trying to enact a bill to the State House of Assembly with some clause stating that, the local government monies, part of it should be remitted to the state
governors were using Soludo to test the ground. We have read in newspapers on this desk that the governors are making moves to frustrate local government autonomy.
Absolutely.
This is clear case that if I want to test it in Anambra State, if it works there, you know what happens. After somebody was the first to do local government election of winner takes it all, and he started ricocheting, he sounding like a broken record. PDP class, APUGA class, APC class. They keep clearing. So if this one works, the next thing you hear, class, local government account. No wonder the workers are saying, don't even try put our salary. Teachers, some laborers say, don't try, because they've seen where they are going. These people are stooges. They are stooges. And my father told me that the he-goat you carry to put on top of a she-goat cannot perform. All of them sitting down right now. He-goat put on top of she-goat, and they're watching them. He-goats are natural animals, and they require themselves to make the move. Charles, you know what I'm talking about, how you make your move. If I go carry you, put on top of a woman, and I'm watching you perform, I don't trust what but anyway, what I'm saying is that What I'm saying is that some of these local government chairmen, in the name of elected and being Hagobe, they will hardly perform. So that's why some labor people are saying, hey, how can we trust our life with him being Hagobe? These he-goats that they have carried to put on top of the she-goat, we never, we don't trust how much they will perform. Because if the people have deliberately put them and elected them and they know the power, they will now sit up and know who. They come to the office of some of these local government chairmen. Try it from this end. LG, our chair, where are you? Governor say I should come. Governor say I should go here. Governor say I should go here. They become errand boys. And some governors who are looking for second tenure, we turn them automatically into campaign managers for such local government. Absolutely. They won't have time to do anything for the people. But I have bad news for them. I've said it several times. Anybody who helped you cut your hair has written his or her name on top. All this one, they put them there. They will write their name on their different local governments too. Because you will pass into history when you say local government ABC, you say, Mr. ABC passed through this local government and local government chairman. This is what he did for generations. And they know the funniest thing, you come from that local government, people know your house, know your people. You go and bring stigma that we never finish on top of your family because you want to please one governor who has sanctioned you, put you there. You go to Thanksgiving in the church and you are now cheer, when you know you are not cheering nothing. Because nobody will give you power to cheer. You only cheer when you say, how can we do this? Let me find out from Oga. Call some of them to come and talk on this program. They will tell you, let me get permission from Oga. That's the kind of thing you start getting as journalists when you invite somebody who says is fully elected. Chairman, there is some issue in your local government. Can you come here and talk? He will tell you, I'll get permission from my Oga. You wonder whether Oga they pass Oga. Put you in your Oga. You now Oga for Oga. Gandhi Oga. So, wahala dey. But whatever is the case, they are trying to test the ground with Soludo. They give you your own money. Somebody say, the other man gets his own money. They now say, our money is, your money is our money. My money is my money. Johnny Berry Bekeji Alamiri Okogwo. State the money remains in state account. Local government money remains in state the local government account. Let everybody account on his own. But this idea of joint, you've done transitional government joint account, you didn't do anything. Now you say elected officers. Now they have a little power to act. You still want joint account. Joint for what? Why are you joining? That is supposed to be the nearest dividend of democracy to the people. You want to join? You know how far some local government are to the state capital? You want to steal? Somebody say, travel to Abuja to come. I will give you cassava for free. You go and eat with your family. You know what it cost you to travel to Abuja to do that? You now go and say, no, let me stay in Enugu, buy it with the little money I have and eat. That's what happens. So why going to state of capitals all the time when you can stay in your local government and dispose things and look at your people? Some said they will live at the local government headquarters because they have official residence there. They will live there and not like some of them that will maintain presidential suit in Nikon Noga and visiting their local government once their location comes. To go and sit down there for a few hours and share the money and go back to their presidential suits in Nikon Noga. It has happened before.
Okay, federal government to gazette zero VAT on pharmaceutical products. That's news from the Nigerian Tribune. And it also came again on the Vanguard newspaper that federal government gazette executive order on zero VAT excise duties for manufacturing firms. Do you think this is going to, beef up some light in the dark situations of Nigerians right now?
Zero VAT is a very beautiful idea. It's a wonderful thing.
I mean, in the past few days, drugs have skyrocketed. Sometimes some of the drugs that you buy, some malaria drugs that used to be 600, 700 naira, aside the fact that, fuel pump price has exacerbated the transportation costs for some of these, for movement of these products, we also have issues relating to the importation of some of these drugs too. I mean, the price that it is to clear some of these drugs at the ports is actually very exorbitant. So removing VAT, some people will say, like you mentioned, it's a welcome development, but then again, these prices of drugs are still pretty high.
One step forward, 20 steps backward, like I've said. They remove VAT for you to sell. If you sell, you will not remit VAT. But I've not removed the cost of it. Okay, they remove exercise duties, it was part of it. Now, other costs of moving even the drug from the wharf. Because all the pharmaceutical companies have left Nigeria. So the other cost of running organizations, companies, businesses are still there very high. So what I'm saying is it's a little succor, whatever little succor it brings to business of such essential commodities in Nigeria, we appreciate. It's not a total hopeless situation. All we are saying, it should be a comprehensive thing to achieve comprehensive result. But you drop one good policy, but so many negative policies are attacking it. So it will be swallowed. It looks like the government is not doing nothing. So we want them to sit back and reflect and take this bull by the horn and attack them. Even if it's one, let them do it and do it right and totally solve the problem. But this mistake of fuel, petrol, subsidy, whatever they call it, has messed up the total Nigerian situation. I don't know when we're going to come out of it. Because, ask me, Charles, some of the previous leaders of Nigeria may have faced some similar situations, but they are weighing. Do we give in to these advisors who are not here, do not have any single commitment? IMF, World Bank, telling you austerity measure, all those kind of things, measures you do to get your country to do what? Look at the way you get us. You now say, okay, let's apply it in bits, not just boom. And there are no soft landing, no padded situation, nothing, and that has made the whole center not a whole.
Right. I mean, it's so crazy. I mean, I'm just thinking through it now. What if, because Dangote has said that they sell to NNPC, at the time NNPC was the middleman in all of these things, they said they sell to NNPC at 720 or so. And now the marketers are the one taking over that space. And I'm just wondering, how about Dangote selling directly to consumers? Because they're in Nigeria, it's not like Dangote is abroad.
NNPC,
so
you're right.
How about
Charles.
Dangote itself selling directly to Nigerians?
You are very right.
Marketers,
you are very right. NNPC
getting involved.
will have refineries, and they have downstream dispensing centers all over Nigeria. With what Dangote has put in, have you seen the trailer and trucking situation, haulage system he has? Imagine when you have one Dangote outlet in Enugu. People will sleep there weeks to get it. If they're getting it at 700.
700, I mean.
No. So that will show. That will show. If NNPC, you're not refining, you're importing or buying, you're still selling at 998. That means the person who is refining and selling direct, because you're getting crude at Naira, and
Absolutely.
using Nigerian, everything in Nigeria.
Yeah.
We are saying there is no how. There's no how. At the price you people have forced the man to sell will be the same if they're sincere.
Absolutely.
That is my concern. I'm not saying they should sell fuel cheap to us or free. But what has the Dangote refinery coming into being? What have we to show for it? We're even worse off.
Absolutely.
When they were importing and said, is it that NNPC is saying that they are not happy that Dangote has come to stop them from round robin? Allow our crude to be stolen, refined and sent back to us. They say they use subsidy to bring it in, and then they will tell us the price of coming in and what they subsidize, and they give it to us, what we are buying before. Now, look at it. When you say all those things are now stopping, we are even giving local refinery at Naira rate and all, they could even, and then we are not getting nothing. That is my concern. Something is wrong. Their insincerity that brought us to this hardship is the pain. Do your business, make your money, but then at whose expense?
Absolutely.
Remember, anyone who chops his brethren for dinner has gone to stomach on empty stomach. Nigerians, God bless you.
Thank you so much, Chris Madiko, once again for that insightful conversation relating to the headlines on our dailies this morning. Many thanks.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Belinda.
Thank you.
We're back shortly after this break. Just stay with us.
Hello and welcome to Internet Watch. My name is Joshua Ritogun. This is where we keep you in the loop with everything happening online. And I'm going to be your host for this one, of course. And we've got some cool stories, trending updates to share with you. Let's dive into what's making waves on the internet today. So, in a developing story, we're praying that it keeps developing and never comes to pass. But I think it has already then. Fuel is now being sold for 1,030 naira per litre across NNPC filling stations in Nigeria. This steep increase has sparked widespread concern among citizens, with many worried about the potential impact on transportation costs, the price of goods and services, and overall living standard. The sharp rise comes amid ongoing economic challenges, and the nation is bracing for the ripple effect across various sectors. I don't think we're bracing up well enough because, wow. I'm going to take you straight over to the comment section to hear what people had to say. Of course, people are already worried. People are already, shouting and screaming.
Recording in progress.
Saying this thing still day under $1. Pump it up to $5 per liter. Una never see anything. Low coins in the building. DJ, pump it up. God, I beg. Please, don't pump it up. We're begging. Grex is saying, what's wrong with this government? How did we get here? I have said it time without time that good governance should be for the best interest of the people. Is this government really working in the best interest of Nigerians? If the cost of fuel is going up, how can the masses survive? My brother, how can you and I survive if this thing keeps going up? How can I survive? I know what I'm saying, guys, and I'm sure most of you are shouting too. And Chime is saying, it is a welcome development. We're not complaining. We're supporting the government. We have accepted it in good faith. May Tinubu succeed. I can't tell if this is sarcasm or if this is, honest opinion from him. Toba commented, nice one. T-Pain. We can do more. Just in case you don't understand what T-Pain is. T-Pain is not that guy that you know. T-Pain is Tinubu Pain. Dove commented, they are just taxing us in everything we already got, and some of yours still react like it's a joke. That's one coping mechanism I feel like Nigerians have. We tend to joke with everything. It just gives us that peace of mind that we'll just play with them. If not, nah. Forgive me. Moving over to the next comment I have. Collins said, this is outrageous. 1,013 naira per liter. How are Nigerians supposed to survive with fuel prices skyrocketing like this? The Tinubu's government needs to step up and fix this mess immediately. Enough with these excuses. Wow, I know, right? Enough, like, so well put. But then we've been screaming. We went for protests, and the guys that were caught are being charged 10 million naira for bail per head. Permit me to say. Florence commented, Nigerians cannot do anything about it. So, reason. Hey, God. Please don't raise it. Don't raise it. Dangote refinery is turning into a disaster for Nigerians. I don't blame him, though. I blame NNPC and the federal government who refused our refinery to work because of their selfish interest. Emefiele ensured Dangote got his own dollar rate at 200 naira when official rates are 600 naira, using our money to pay for him. I mean, it's quite troubling. But then again, let's leave all this other big dramas and let's focus on it. Fuel is not going to be sold at NNPC. I know already people are already saying that, oh, we're getting it for 1,250 naira, we're getting it for 1,300, different intervals or different locations, different prices. But then again, this is the NNPC selling it for 1,030 naira per liter.
The Boko Haram kills soldier, village head, others were.
How did we get here?
Related debt rises in Lagos,
200 naira per liter. In fact, some people will say that, oh, you're still young. You don't know when we were buying it for 5 naira per liter. Whatever it is, however it is, we are passing through a serious issue. Now, moving over to another very interesting story that is trending online. Of course, we're following it. I'm following it for you. So, Stella, a woman claiming to have been in a relationship with Burna Boy for 3 years, has come forward with some shocking allegations. She revealed that she got pregnant during their relationship, but things took a turn when Burna Boy's mother dismissed her. Despite knowing she was carrying her grandchild, according to Stella, Burna Boy initially accepted responsibility for the pregnancy, but later denied being the father after an argument. Another post came out with Burna Boy responding to her, but we haven't been able to fact check it yet to know if truly it was Burna Boy and not just some edits that somebody just did. But a lot of people had something to say about this. I'll take you to the comment section right away to hear what people are saying. But then again, don't forget to go to all of our social media platforms. You can like, you can share, you can subscribe. And of course, we want your comments as well. Drop your comment. We want to hear from you. We want to see what you had to say about this. And on our YouTube channel, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Boom! And hit on notification. Put all so that you don't miss all of our updates. So comment section right away. Highlight says, but Loki, Odogu level past this babe, Sha. I don't think it's about the level of Odogu. This came out and then we're still checking it. Mr. Beto commented, I don't hear Burna Boy part of the story. He been still dey Port Harcourt, they find who key Suboma. Now why? Meaning that, you know, Nigerians will always catch cruise with everything. Elizabeth, being in a relationship for 3 years, wow. You feel the date person make them no date you. Sorry, Auntie Stella. I hope single people that are listening to this, I hope you guys are in a relationship with, okay, no, sorry. I mean, people who are in a relationship, I beg your pardon. I hope you're in a relationship with somebody who is in a relationship with you. As single people, sorry, you people can't relate. I'm one of you, but that's not the point. Danny Boy is saying, oh yeah, now, more missing persons to come, matters are rising. If you don't understand these comments, then you've been missing on the social media trends for a very few time, for a while now. But that boy, Speed Darlington, I'm not going to say anything about that. Kingsley commented, people are saying, hope she will not go missing. If you understood what is going on, you should know this is a trap for Burna Boy. Why is this coming up after he arrested Speed Darlington? He should either ignore this or settle with the lady amicably. Whoever is close to Burna Boy should tell him this is a trap. Burna Boy, because of our close relationship, they said I should tell you that this is a trap. Don't ask me how I'm close to Burna Boy. Just leave that. Stella claims that she was in a 3-year relationship with Burna Boy, during which she became pregnant. She said that Burna Boy's mother dismissed her despite knowing she was carrying his child. Later, Burna Boy allegedly denied responsibility for the pregnancy, even though he initially accepted it. The story is still on fire. It's still cooking. A lot of people have sat down with their popcorn to see how this turns around. Moving over to the next comment, I have Churchill. Churchill gave his own opinion. This na big lie with laughing emoji. These clout chasers should do better, I beg. I mean, this guy is not seeing any. Churchill is saying, I can't add 1 + 1 = 2 to this story. Oluwafumilayo, when they tell you all to stay away from mommy's boys, you won't listen. Wow, straight bullet. Lastly, on the comment section, I am counting down to 2 weeks, and this matter will. Sorry, let me take that again. I'm counting down to 2 weeks, and this matter will no longer be discussed. Nigerians have low retention rate of events. See, you can spread this particular comment in all sector of Nigeria. When it comes to politics, when it comes to people who leads us, when it comes to our money, how it's been spent, who spends them, who has offended us, and all of this, we tend to just forget, like, this guy offended us, but you just move on. Like, really? If we can hold people accountable to things they've done, irrespective of the time, I'm going to say this one out loud because, of course, we're still looking for him, or better still, he has sued EFCC. Yahaya Bello. Yahaya Bello, if he comes out 2027 and say he wants to become president, some of you will vote for him. I'm just saying. I'm not going to say anything other than that. And that's a wrap for today's episode. My name is Joshua Oritogun. Thank you for tuning in and joining this conversation. Remember, whether it's the latest trends, viral moments, or just a good laugh, we've got you covered. Don't forget to follow us on all of our social media platforms at Signature TV News for more updates and share your thoughts on today's topic. Until next time, keep scrolling, stay curious, and don't forget to laugh a little along the way. Again, I'm Joshua Aritogo, and this has been your dose of Internet Watch. Catch you later.
Of tithes is very clear in the Bible. The position of God as regards giving tithes as a Christian is a commandment that every Christian ought to obey. Tithing also opens up more windows of blessings from God. So I feel it's just a way of tapping into God's God's store, abundance of blessing. Just because when you pay tithes, it's believed that God will bless you with more finances to do great things for yourself and for the progress of the ministry. So
church is not a sin. So when you pay tithe to church, you have more blessings and more wisdom and knowledge from God. That is, tithe is very good for someone to pay in the church. It's not bad.
Tithe is biblical, understand? But going to heaven, there's only one condition. That condition is you receiving Christ Jesus. Like any man, if you don't receive Jesus, if you don't accept Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior, you're not going to heaven. And there are some people that go direct to God, understand? They say that Christ doesn't matter. Heaven, for you to go to heaven, it's only Jesus, through Jesus. But tithe is like you showing appreciation to God. If God is blessing you, it's only fair for you to appreciate the God that is blessing you. Imagine God blessing you. You receive good stuff. It's only fair that you show appreciation to that God. But you not paying or paying will not take you to heaven. Understand? The only thing that will take you to heaven is believing in that in Jesus Christ, accepting Him as our Lord and personal Savior. That is the only shortcut to go to heaven. But tithe, something like appreciation, is that because in Malachi now, Malachi 10:7, he said, bring your tithe to the storehouse of God, so that there will be meat in His not be in the church, God is blessing with millions. And then the church is lacking. The church, it's not mouth they used to run church, it's money. And you see people are doing stuff in the world. It's money they are showing now. But if God has been pointing you and bless you and you cannot allow the lack in that church. That time maybe they say that pastor eat it. It's not really true, sir. You paying tithes, you are still like you are appreciating the God that blessed you with that blessing.
Ihe nche maka ịkwụta iti bụ na like onye otu a ndị arịrịọ dị ya onye ahụ ịmakwara ka mma inyere ya aka so ụfọdụ na-efili na like some people ihe some ji ada like ịdị na-akwụ ụmụ ihe anyị na-ebu o nwere some die eme mmadụ something onye enweghị ihe ịma ndị oji mana inwekwa ị ga-atụ the tithe.
Welcome back. You're watching the Signature Morning on Signature Television this lovely day. It's a Thursday, the 10th of October 2024. All right, so we are kicking off our discussions today speaking about the media. The topic is the media, education, and the imperative for development. We have a guest in the studio, Kingsley Nelson. He is the rector of Learn to Live Business School in the United Kingdom. Good to have you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
How much of opportunity do you think that media has that Nigeria hasn't tapped into?
Well, okay. For me, the media is the highest education institution in Nigeria. Yeah, as a media as a whole. And personally, I don't think we've done 1%. Yes, I will be straight to the point and saying that, yeah, the social medias are there and everything are there. 90% of what's in social media is a regular thing people need to know. Yesterday, I was discussing with someone, a high-placed person, and I said, a management consultant is a content creator. He stopped me. He said, how do I mean? So all they know about content creation is a regular joke.
Absolutely.
So what's the place of media? Do you understand? So if somebody at that level does not understand that content creation, what we're doing now is content creation.
Absolutely.
So what they know is the joke, means that the media, we have not tapped into the media. And I said is the highest or the biggest institution because it have access to everybody, but most people don't have access to media. It has access to everybody, but most people don't have access to the media out of ignorance. Let me stop there.
Wow. Yeah. Wonderful. In comparison with what we have in the United Kingdom, because we've seen how, the media in the UK, moves. What exactly is Nigeria doing or Nigeria isn't doing to get to that point where you could say, look, we are at the stage where the United Kingdom were on the same level?
Okay. One thing they've done in those developed nations is that they made people believe in the media. So the people, they want to listen to the radio, they want to watch the television, especially their local news. They leave the bigger names, the local, they have first-hand information. Unlike here, sometimes when you get on the media, when you hear from the media houses, it's different from the reality. They report what they are meant to report and leaving what the real issues. So people's faith on the media is not as strong as over there. So I think that's the challenge. So once you start building faith in the media that, whatever I tune to my local station, whatever I get there is the right information. As happenings and incidents and other events and other, then we are good to go. Go and watch most of those media houses that are doing well in Nigeria. Most of them go out of their way to report issues that even put them into trouble. So, and before you know it, people start listening to them and following them up, and even some individuals, once they are going to be on air, people like, okay, I want to hear this person based on this issue. He will tell us the truth, or at least he close to the truth. So the reality is that people's faith on the media is not that. So we need to work on people's mind that we will tell you the truth, irrespective of the cost on us. Once we can do that, then media will take its place.
So how does the media education, impact individual? You talked about individual decision taking right now.
Good.
Decision making.
Like I said earlier, media education simply breaking down that, helping people to make critical decisions, governance, policies, getting to know what's going on all around you and all that, societal issues and all that. Now, if me as a person, I know that whenever I tune to Signature TV, Signature Radio, Signature everything, WhatsApp, everything, Signature, Facebook, I will get first-hand information. Let me say like a kidnapping over there, and they will say that 20 people were kidnapped. But the other station we're saying some people were kidnapped. Some even say it's only one. Or Signature will tell me this is 20 persons in a bus carrying 20 persons, and they've been taken to social location. We're following up, and why won't I believe in Signature? You understand? So it's an education that at that point, I will not say, okay, there's kidnapping point here. I won't go there again. I've been educated in that area. To policy development, breaking down policies, interpreting it to the point people will say, okay, based on this policy, this is the analysis from Signature TV. this is where the policy is taking us to. I mean, as a businessman, I will now think of, if they are getting analysis from Signature TV, I can take my decision in so tax-related issues. Just mention them. Development, just mention them. Where is the next development coming from or heading to? Where is government heading to? Can I know everything about? It's all about giving us the real detailed information, insight analysis. Once you can do that, people will believe you, and we are well educated, we are informed, we make good decisions based on the information we are getting from you. I'll still say that media is the highest education because we're not paying for it directly. That's simple reality. So people can rate a particular radio station, TV station for over 1 year and have the same information that the person is sitting inside school should have, and you're paying in the name of school. So media is the best educating platform I will ever have.
Every platform now carries news, carries content and what is happening. Even the youngest child, has Android phone. They can they can post anything. So how do you, how do we get it right to make sure that what
other jokes, TikTok, discussing with a friend, and fake news everywhere. So is that the information the media is giving us? The answer is no. So when I talk about media education, I'm talking about authentic, real information that will change someone's thinking, that will make you help you take positive decision globally, locally, internationally, in your nation, and just think about it. Economic decisions. So it's you and I know that they have access to this, but what are they doing with it? I have children. They have their laptops and all that, down to my 8-year child. Sir, go and watch a cartoon. Is cartoon the education? No. Yes, it has its own way, but you have to now start monitoring the kind of cartoon he's watching, the kind of this, that. Is it I saw a video, I played the video for them during our morning discussion, and my daughter, I think she's 10 or so, she said, Daddy, I've watched that video before. Let me go and get the full video for you. Yeah, I was hoping I've got something to educate them. So think about it.
So now you mentioned it. How does the evolution of the digital landscape or this social media change the way education is transmitted and change the way we learn?
Yeah. Focusing on the media, I will move a little from the media. Focusing on the media, I'll prefer the media to get to that point where they have first-hand information. Not just having first-hand information, have people who understand analysis. One thing is to get the information, another thing is to analyze it, break it down, and take it into the future. So that is very, very, once you start doing that, then you start educating and informing people properly and guiding them. That is one area. Then generally, education and the media, and every other part of media, I mean, education and other tech and rest of them, it has helped. I speak to you that you can run a full institution in a room like this. And that's what is obtainable over there in UK and rest of them. I'm sorry, I'm not on air. Nigeria policy of having, what they call it again, 100 acres of land or so to set up, I mean, those things should be looked into. Most schools, I mean, one will get admission here, travel abroad, their schools are no more than 3-story building.
The entire school?
The entire school. Admin and classroom.
Wow.
So what was the population like?
They have over 2,000, 5,000 students.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Online?
Physical and online. So they schedule, do you want online, do you want physical? So now in a day, they can do 1 hour class. You know, this person runs class from 6 a.m. to 5 to 7. They rest, just like that. So in a day, they can run like 12 different classes. Okay. So in a week, 12 multiplied by 5. I mean, you've covered all your number. Absolutely. And these guys are working as well. So they're not keeping you in class. So you come and do your 2 hours class, max per day. Then you go and do the rest to work, also for yourself. So they create room for you to work. So you don't need the entire house. You don't need the entire structure. We don't. They convert the remaining part of the structure to processing and manufacturing companies, which is owned by the school as well. So you see a school that is producing car. Wow. You see a school that is in agriculture. You see a school. So, but the education point, the learning learning building is a small place, then the ICT is helping to do the rest. So you can sit inside your house and do your lectures for 1 full year.
Without going to,
yes.
to meet anybody.
So you're finishing your lecture, you're working. So the only time to see people is when you want to submit your papers, and those people, most of them are submitted online. So it's just very few contact with your. You can do a whole lecture knowing only one person in the school.
Wow.
That's just it. I have a PhD holder. In all he's doing his PhD is in US. Just only one person. The entire school is only one person that he knows, who is his direct supervisor. The rest is submitting and that. And it's a very big school. One of the grade A schools.
Wow.
So things have changed.
I just wanted to ask you, in learning, do you think that we are basically moving forward or moving backward? Because this question keeps coming up. The advent of ChatGPT and
AI
and the likes. It's easy to just pop things. Well, just ask it anything.
Okay.
And then you have it give you. So these days you don't even need to bust your head in thinking through something or doing your research. Well, it's also part of research.
Yeah.
Because it just goes online and sees everything and then gives you what. So do you really think that at some point in our life in the future we won't really need school per se?
The truth is that there's a whole lot generally, globally, when it comes to ChatGPT and IT. And let me put it this way, the world is divided into two. Those in leadership and management, those in ICT. The rest are numbers. Now, leadership and management will definitely control what ICT will do, despite how powerful ICT is and will still become. So when it comes to education, ChatGPT have come to stay and they're still coming up. I mean, you're just in the elementary phase. And if you are crying at this stage where someone will just get information, then we are not ready. However, it has a positive and negative side. Positive side, for those that have passed through, I want to do a script, and I'll sit down and I write the first letter, write the second one, write the third one, start correcting, getting editing, get someone else, please edit my work. Those
have to do that
process, they are still important, but you need to do it. Yeah, but when you do it, after doing it, now subject to ChatGPT to give you more information to make this one better.
Yes.
However, people of these days, the coming generation, they don't want to pass through that process.
That's true.
All they want is they will copy it and give it to you.
Absolutely. So
I've shown you the positive part that it helps you to enhance and speed. But the negative part is that we are going to create zombies in the next 10 years. When you used to watch zombie movie, Abi, zombie is not a dirty one. No. Yeah, no. Those dirty things are just to attract you. Watch. Zombies are human beings who cannot make use of their brain again, and they are waiting for ChatGPT to give them the results. Yes. So in the next 10 years, we will have a population of global population where less than 10% of the world knows what it means to pass through process. Then the other 90% and above are just zombies. All they want is, I want to eat. Something will bring food for you. I want to drink water. Just press one button, water will just drop, and you drink water. And the other percentage are happy in the sense that they just need you as a critical number to sell their business, but they don't want controlling what you're doing. They don't want controlling the economy. They don't want doing everything. So that's where IT is taking. So if you're sensitive enough, please, no matter how sophisticated things get to, understand how to follow process. You belong to the 1%, the 2% that will run the entire zombies. But if we're going to have zombies, yes, we'll have so many of them. Then education center will go down. However, it should be going higher on the lower percentage, but the popular number will drop education. They want to just do it. But the other one will still maintain the original process of passing through detailed processing of information. And these are the thinkers. And these are the people that will continue to rule the world anytime, any day. Just match this and just said, in the next 10, 20 years, you will see it map out.
But isn't that going to be on a greater disadvantage to humanity?
It's not. It's always been like that.
This myth people say when that time comes, you know what is coming.
It's always been like that.
Okay.
The truth is, when are you not going through IT? It's always been the 1%, the 2% ruling the entire world. And they've done that in so many ways. Even the current education you're doing now, the education was packaged to help you learn how to work for the 1% and the 2%, not to be the 1% and the 2%. So it's now left for you in the process of doing that, say, why can't I move from here to here? And that is where the entrepreneurial, you know, they don't teach entrepreneurs in school. I hope you know that. Absolutely. They don't teach in school. Forget this, they say entrepreneur. When you meet the real entrepreneur, when they sit down and tell you the truth, find that all they taught in school was entrepreneurship. Yeah. If they sit down, and I've had the privilege of meeting some people where we sit on the floor. I mean, we discuss from like 6 in the evening till 6 a.m. in the morning. I mean, the big shots, you know, on the floor, right? They speak out, they tell you the process they pass through. But you know that is a real education, real business education, not this we have seen in school.
You are a rector and for an institution, but I'm just wondering, as somebody who has spent this number of years in that education space, this issue of ChatGPT and AI, how do you think it can be ethically used? Yeah, I understand the aspect of writing your thesis or writing your project or everything, writing by yourself or even doing your research. But then if you subject it to AI, it helps you enhance the so-called writing. So if you're somebody who is to mark a script, I mean, it's easy to tell whether this is written by AI. No, it is easy to tell. If you write by your hand and then subject it to AI, and then you ask the other platforms, you can ask whether this thing is AI written. I mean, you to tell you it's 100% or 30% or 40%. So it does look like you didn't write it. Okay. It will look like, you know, AI wrote it for you.
The reality is this: as we speak, there are also platforms. You know, this is coding that are developed that when you use AI, put it on the platform, AI, the platform will turn everything. So when you subject to any other check, they will say it's human.
It's human, yes,
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
absolutely. Yes,
So-
you're right. So
You don't understand it now.
Yes,
So,
yes.
as you're like you're trying to beat them, they are coming up with more advanced approach, and this is not. They are all there for free. So the reality I will still go back is find out the process that made any big organization as a nation. Those processes should not be swept under the carpet. And funny enough, sir, it's not in the public domain. As big as the information is, as big as AI is, as big as internet or whatever it is, there are secrets that are not outside there, and they will never be outside there. Secrets are kept outside those platforms. Yes, every successful business runs on secrets, and those secrets are not on the internet. Nobody will post it, and they will never post it. Bet me. Nobody will post it, and they will never post it. It's given from generation to generation of those who has found it and kept it to control, to dominate, to be in charge from generation to generation.
Okay, let's talk about SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals.
Program,
so how can, you know, the media education, you know, contribute or impact more on this Sustainable Development Goals?
Yeah, like I said, but I always want to go back to my first one. See, media is the highest institution on earth. You know, they form your opinion, your mind, everything. If you follow like CNN will so much work on you that you think, if you don't go and do your own research, whatever they give you think is the best. Sometimes they also have their bias.
True.
That's simple truth. Now, when it comes to SDGs, it comes in so many. We only say what the government, because the government is the one pushing for SDGs. We only say what government made us to understand or see. If we're using Nigeria as a case study for SDG, you and I know that all the plans, Vision 2020, Vision 20, this and 2010, and rest of them, none of them would have achieved them. So and these are part of the SDGs. And I mean, for me, they are not being truthful to us. So, but the media will tell us these have been signed, these have been meetings, you'll be able to get information, but those information are not really taken down to where it is. What we call SDG is that, let's say education structuring. You and I that tomorrow, education, all they wrote on paper, none have been implemented physically. No research institution, the ones we have, they are already dead, and all that, and all that, and all that. And I'm not removing the government, I'm also bringing the lecturers in. The lecturers are also wonderful. The school management board and everything are also wonderful. But I'm of this opinion. It may not be the best, but that's what I think, and that's what I will do till tomorrow. If our education sector can ask for independence, how do I mean? Let's say we have UNN, University of Nigeria, as big as they are. If they give you UNN as a company, come and run UNN as a company, will you be happy to run it? Do you understand? And give you UNN as the goal of UNN, run it as a company. Will you be happy to take it as a CEO? The answer is yes. Now, how do I say yes? What makes a company like this place? You pay salary, Abi, and you need to generate the money. But instead of the employees waiting for salary, the employees are the students. They are the one paying the school. That's number one. So we have moved it from government to in private individual. It's a school. Now, the employees who are the students, year 1, year 2, year 3, year 3, year 4, year 5, depending on the courses you're doing, they pay school fees. And you use them into production. Let's say you okay, want to focus on car production, want to focus on maybe 2 other 3 things, and we'll bring in companies that have capacity to situate their factory inside the school, and those factories becomes our learning ground, not board.
Okay.
Not board. Let's say Toyota, say put up their factory. We want to produce car from beginning to the end inside UNN. You understand my sense? You want student into mechanical engineering, all of them focus on mechanical part, electrical. All the students, all the engineering students, they know what to do from year 1 to final year. By the time you get to final year, you can produce a car. You can produce a car. I can produce a car. So I can decide to 1, 2, 3, 4 of us to have our company where we produce car on our own, thereby reducing the cost of buying car. And we can supply car to Africa. Africa is Nigeria alone is a large market. If schools can do that, agriculture, focus on college of agriculture, medicine, by the time we scatter it that way nationwide, sir, in the next 10 years, the whole world will be coming to Nigeria, both for human being and for other things. Can we do that in schools?
So what's wrong? What's holding?
Beautiful policies. I've discussed it with some of those lecturers and the top school, government school. They're like, I say it's possible. This issue of going on strike, asking for money, you can stop it. You can, if you harness what you have inside, and that takes us where greed, corruption steps in again. So the SDGs, getting it, leave the one on paper, reality. And the question is, the media again. You told us 10 years ago of a 10 years plan. The 10 years is gone. Do you go back to those SDGs, those extra structures, and go and take the picture of the structures, what they say it should be, and what it is at the moment? Do you report back to the public? The answer is no.
So it means media education now is not keeping pace with technology.
Beautiful. That's why I say we're not doing up to 1%. So if you can go 30 years back on a project, they said this was a 10-year project, it should do this and that. That was when it was launched. 3 years into it, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, this is the project. Who was involved? Who took the money? Who did the contract was assigned to? And give us detailed information and bring it out. Everybody will sit up. However, this is Nigeria. By the time you finish doing it, your head will be somewhere, your body will be somewhere else. So that's reality. That's reality. That's reality. Because you may step on the powers that be.
Right.
That's reality.
Okay, just to wrap things up, just give us a list of opportunities that is available right now in the media space that somebody can immediately kickstart.
Wow. the media space, there's a whole lot of opportunities. But one, Nigerians are misinformed.
Okay, so if you are bringing good information, accurate information, you can play in that space.
Truth and nothing but the truth. You can say in education sector, move 20 years, move 30 years back, pick up those information. This is situation of things. This is what happened, and this is this. Question this person, question this person. By the time you start giving those facts, people want to listen to you.
Yeah, but again, if you do that, sometimes people tend to be scared by telling the truth, or because if you tell the truth, you are basically like making the government look bad on some of its policies, and then your life becomes
Yeah, there are so many ways to tell the truth these days. You don't mention anybody's name. Use their own information based on so documents. This is what we saw in the documents. Mahood Okeke Yinka is the person in charge of this. What happened?
Do we even have data to this effect? Because again, you want to talk from data or
yes.
represented, but then do we even have data?
Yeah.
When you even go to some of these ministries, they don't even listen to you. They don't even give you the data, even though we have Freedom of Information Act.
They are available, but they are expensive.
What do you mean by expensive? Is it in purchase or is it in what form?
No. You're a media person. I'm a researcher. So I know what it means to get information.
Absolutely.
You pay heavily for it if you want to get the right information. Though every single information you need is available. Someone is with it. But you pay heavily to get it. So the media, are we ready to pay? So that's one aspect of making money in currency. Because there are so much lies. But once you can tell the truth, people will come around you and they will pay heavily for it. Two, having analytical capacity, where you bring in people, you make them pour out everything the way it is, even when the ones that they don't want to say. Once you can do that, you have the people following you. Because once it's poured out, the other people want to counter it and all that. So you generate your traffic, and as a media office or media outfit, you're making your money. That's the third one, the ability to look into the future and direct people are right. Then people are waiting for you to prophesy. Let me use that word. Prophesy to them. So, you know, Nigerians are religion. So whatever you do around that has to do with their emotion, they say, this radio station said this. So they'll be waiting for you to say the next one, the next one. So you don't even want to pay to hear and all that. So there are a whole lot to do. Then content creations, giving people real street information. Real street, like in our school, it's all about street. Reality. Reality, that's what we do. We're not interested in regular conventional education. No, we do streets.
Okay.
It has set us apart.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
We really, really appreciate your insights, and it's been one eye-opening conversation that we've had with you throughout the last 25, 30 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we'll be speaking with Kingsley Nelson. He's Director, Learn to Live Business School, United Kingdom, giving us an insight into the opportunities that are inherent in the media space. Once again, we'll say a very big thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
So we're back shortly. Let's go on to take some entertainment update. Just 10 minutes.
Welcome to Entertainment News on Signature TV, your go-to channel for interesting and latest celebrity gists. On this segment, I'll be your host. I am Favor Nwachi, so sit back, let's get right into it. Famous Nigerian singer Oyinkanshola Aderigigbe, popularly known as Ira Star, has bagged 4 nominations for the 2024 MTV Europe Music Awards. The organizers released the nominees list on Wednesday. Ira Star was nominated in the Best African Act, Best Push, Best Afrobeat, and Best New Artist categories. Other Nigerian musicians nominated for Best Afrobeat award are Thames, Burna Boy, Asake, and Rema. Also, South Africa's Tyler bagged 4 categories, including Best New, Best Afrobeats, Best African Act, and Best R&B. Next, we have American singer Billie Eilish has said she regretted making her sexuality and past relationships public. A few months ago, the singer in an interview got candid about her sexuality, where she said she has always been attracted to girls. The 22-year-old multi-Grammy winner vowed never to discuss her sexuality again or make her future relationships public. In a recent interview with Vogue magazine, Billie stated, "I wish no one knew anything about my sexuality or anything about my dating life, and I hope that they never will again. And I'm never going to talk about my sexuality ever again, and I'm never talking about who I'm dating ever again." Next, we have Nigerian singer, songwriter, and record producer Davido recently announced his first birthday of his twin on his social media page. He shared the news in a post on X featuring a simple caption that reads, +1, Alhamdulillah. In October 2023, Davido confirmed the arrival of his twin with his wife Chioma, generating widespread joy both online and offline. This announcement came just a year after the tragic death of his first child. Bobrisky calls for national prayers amid EFCC bribe allegation. The embattled socialite has appealed to Nigerians to put him in their prayers amid the drama surrounding the EFCC bribe allegations. The saga revolving around the EFCC has been trending for weeks now after the matter was brought to public by the popular activist Very Dark Man. Bobrisky had been petitioned alongside with Very Dark Man to appear in court, although failing to do so. In a recent post on his Instagram page, he noted that he is appealing to people to put him in their prayers so the evil ones cannot get him. Reality star Queen Mercy Atting's husband, David, breaks his silence amid widespread rumors of a marriage crisis. Rumors of marital issues between Queen Mercy Atting and David Oyekami have been circulating on social media just months after the wedding. The speculation intensified when Mercy removed David's name from her bio, deleting the wedding photos and unfollowed him on Instagram. Although David still follows Mercy, a recent post from his sparked further speculation. He shared a video criticizing men who pursue broken women, seeming to agree with the message. He added the 100% emoji. However, in a surprising move, David commented minds with love emojis on Mercy's latest Instagram post. Feeling confusion about the status of the marriage, following this, his comments suddenly disappeared from her comment section after having been deleted. In March, the couple made headlines by announcing the traditional marriage and court wedding, sharing numerous clips and moments from the celebration across social media platforms. However, barely a year into the marriage, signs of rift have emerged. Tropicana Las Vegas, a legendary hotel and casino in Las Vegas, was imploded in the early hours on Wednesday to make way for a future baseball stadium. The 1467-room hotel and casino was built in 1957. Its demolition was preceded by a ceremony during which fireworks and drone display lit up the sky. Ahead of the implosion, the Tropicana Las Vegas Vice President and General Manager Eric Knowles paid tribute to his staff and team members. He said, "The Tropicana didn't just stand on the street because of its architecture, it stood because of the people. Let's not think of it as an ending, but as the beginning of something even greater," he added, and he bid farewell to the hotel and casino. This is where we draw the curtains on this program. Do not forget to follow and subscribe to our YouTube channel and click the notification button to get notified on our top and recent stories. I remain your host, Favor Nwachi. Stay entertained.
In Signature Morning. Earlier, we had spoken to Mrs. Tosin Dokbase. Apparently, she has just been inducted into the board of the Emmy Awards. As a matter of fact, we had a conversation with her earlier to hear how she feels and, of course, what this meant for the broader television, especially for Nigeria and West Africa and the entire African continent. Listen to this. Mrs. Tosin Dokbase, a Nigerian and managing director of African Independent Television, AIT, has been elected a board member of the Global International Academy of Television, Arts and Sciences, also known as Emmy Awards. the Academy announced her election along that of other 4 directors, 2 alternates and 47 members from 20 different countries in a press statement issued by the organization. Mrs. Dogbesi has over 3 decades experience in broadcasting and has won several awards in Nigeria and internationally. Meanwhile, the Academy has announced the nominations for the 2024 International Emmy Awards. There are 56 nominees across 14 categories and spanning 21 countries, and winners will be announced at the 52nd International Emmy Awards Gala in New York on Monday, November 25th, 2024. Joining us on the phone is Mrs. Dogbesi, who will talk to us about this latest development. Good morning to you, madam. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. Good morning.
So how does it feel to be nominated at this level?
I feel honored. It's a big one for me. Coming from something outside of the country, I didn't expect it, but I was encouraged to go ahead and put in the application. I was encouraged by Mr. Tunde Aino, that's the CEO of Star Times. He just said, look, you're on TV, you're managing a TV station. This is where TV people gather together, share experience, get new experience, get to move on. And I'm glad the application came through and I'm a member.
Oh, interesting. So what does it entail right now? What's the next thing? You are going to be part of those who would be voting for some of these personalities around the world, isn't it?
Yeah, that's part of the opportunity. The Academy is known for recognizing excellence in TV programming produced within the United States and, of course, outside the United States with the International Emmy Award. And then it's also a member-based organization, so I'm now a member, and it's one of the world leading television. It has a lot of people all over. We have some Nigerians also who are members. So I'm not the only one. I'm just joining those who have been there before me. So I'm glad I'm here.
What for you would be the benefits of being part of the board of this particular awards, especially for your organization and, of course, Nigeria and, of course, the West African sub-region?
There's a great exposure. You have the opportunity to get contact with a lot of producers. You have your own ideas of what you want to produce. You're able to get those who could work with you, collaborate with you. And then you're sitting down there and watching a lot of productions, and you're one of those who would actually be deciding whether this one gets to win or not. And then there are a lot of activities organized by the Academy where you also meet a lot of people, not just in the media, but from other areas that you can also get contact, and whatever it is you need help for, you're able to get it. Being a member of this, there are other events they also organize. Because you're a member of the Academy, you are able to attend. MidCom is coming. They're going to be at MidCom in about 2 weeks. As member, you're also allowed to be there. Yes, you can attend for your own TV station or your production house, but they also have a gathering they put together at MidCom. So being
for you, as someone who has spent this amount of years in the television space on the African continent, I'm just wondering, what for you would be the your fondest experience, especially as it concerns production of news and programs on international television?
I think that there was this, what do I call it now? There was this passion. I looked forward, especially when I was presenting the breakfast show, having to get up at 4 and get to the office before 5 and be there at 6 to start the breakfast show, which is still on now, Kakaki. There was this joy of knowing that, yeah, I'm going here to break the news, to start someone's day and giving them the information they needed to start their day. Of course, then we didn't have so many TV stations, so everyone was glued to AIT, waiting to hear the news. So I enjoyed it, knowing that people were waiting to hear what happened last night, what's going to happen this day before they stepped out of their homes. That gave me pleasure. I enjoyed it. And of course, running the TV station, knowing people give you the idea of content they needed, and you were able to provide it for them. And you know that, hey, 7 o'clock, everyone is running home to watch one of your best programs, or wherever they were looking for television, just to sit down and watch what we had to offer them. Yeah.
Okay, fine. That's quite interesting. I mean, just imagining it right now as someone who is even in it, I mean, I would just imagine what the experience is, you know, this period and what you have just said, marrying it together. How much of growth do you think this would bring for international television, especially Nigeria and the African continent? This particular appointment into the board of the Academy of Television Art Science, and also known as the Emmy Awards.
I'm actually a member of the Academy.
Okay.
The nomination was approved by the board.
Okay.
So I'm a member, but as a member, you're also allowed to attend all board meetings, panels, and member events of the Academy. So I'm a member of the Academy, but yes, can attend the board meeting. So I just needed to correct that. What was your question?
Okay, I was going to say, like, how much of growth would this appointment be for the television space for for Nigeria?
It's not just a member, you know, some people get such membership and it's just the name. But when you take part in all the activities, you get all the experiences you need to get, and you're able to share. You're able to carry other people who need to also have such information along, for you having the privilege to be there. So not just get the name and go everywhere and tell people I'm here, but you're not participating, you're not acquiring the knowledge you need to get from the membership. So I intend to do that and be able to go wherever. I'm already on my way out of that communication, but that does not mean I'm out of the media. I still remain in the media, will offer my services to whoever is ready to take it.
Interesting. Okay, on a final note, do you think our production in Nigeria, you know, can compete with other production around the world? Because if you watch TV stations across the United States or even the UK, there's this...
Yeah, I believe so. We can. Yes, we can. Maybe not all. We can do better, but we have some that can compete with whatever you have all over the world. We have moved on. We have really improved. There have been a lot of improvement in our production. All the younger ones we have now are not leaving any stone unturned. They're going all the way to get all the knowledge wherever it is that they can compete with any of their peers all over the world. So we're getting there. But we will definitely not stop, because the moment you believe you are there, then that is the end. If you keep learning every day, then you keep improving every day.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tosin. We truly appreciate your insights this morning.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. Thanks to my friend and brother, Dean Martin.
Okay.
I'm grateful. Thank you.
Fair enough. Thank you so much. That's the conversation we had earlier with our guests, talking about Mrs. Tosin, giving us an insight on how it feels to be nominated into the board of the Emmy Awards. I always love to see Nigerian television grow to a point where we could compete around the world with whatever productions that exist out there. I really salute her insight. And the fact that somebody that I've also watched on TV, doing all sorts of programs and even reading the news. So she's one of those that I admire in the media space. But it's really nice to have had an interview with her. This is where we call it a wrap on the morning show today. It's been fantastic with you all through the last 2 hours of spending it with us. We're back again tomorrow, same time, same station, for the last edition for the week. My name is Charles Pius.
And I am Belinda Mwobodo.
A very good morning to you and welcome once again to Signature Morning. My name is Godwin Sunday. Today we'll be looking at the federal government and policy in terms of shopping for permanent secretary across the country, whatever that simply means. But joining us in that conversation is Dada Olumide, who will be helping us put the eyes into that cake. But before we bring up Dada, I'll just take this report, and it says that the federal government, through the office of the head of civil service of the federation, has commenced the process of appointing new permanent secretaries to all vacancies in 8 states. A memo from the office of the head of civil service, signed by the head of civil service of the federation, Didi Wilson Jack, on October 7, 2024, indicated that officials currently undergoing disciplinary procedures were barred from applying for the positions of permanent secretaries. The memo stated that the appointment process had been approved by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. According to the memo, which was addressed to all ministers, directors of agencies, and other senior officials, eligible applicants must be from Abia State, Bayelsa State, Ebonyi State, Enugu State, Gombe State, Kaduna State, Kebbi State, and Rivers State to uphold the federal character principles. Following the approval of Mr. President, the Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation is commencing the process of appointing permanent secretary in the Federal Civil Service for existing and impending vacancies in Abia, Bayelsa, Ebonyi, Enugu, Gombe, Kaduna, Kebbi, and Rivers States, where permanent secretaries have retired or are expected to retire by December 24th, 2024. Consequently, directors in the mainstream federal civil service who met the set criteria are eligible to participate in the exercise, the memo stated. The memo outlined the eligible criteria, noting that applicants must have attained a position of substantive director or salary grade level 17 or before January 1st, 2002 must have updated their records on the IPPIS verification portal, must be indigents of the state listed in paragraph 1 above, and must have not less than 1 year in service by 18th November 2024, when the process of appointing permanent secretaries will be completed. It further emphasized that officers undergoing disciplinary procedures are excluded from the exercise. The memo specified that the permanent secretaries are required to clearly state in the following letter that the officers who have applied are not under any disciplinary procedures. Right now, we'll bring in Olamide to join us in this conversation. Olamide, good morning and welcome to Signature Morning.
Good morning, my host.
The federal government is the word used, federal government shops for permanent secretary. Now the first question I'm asking is, at this point in time, should we be talking about shopping for permanent secretaries at this point in time? Are there no directors also that are promoted that can be promoted to the office of the permanent secretary? Please bring us up to speed on the bureaucratic bottleneck that surrounds the Civil Service Commission. Olamide, if you can hear me, we're trying to find out from you. I want you to bring us up to speed on what's going on in the civil service. First, are there no directors that can be promoted to the office of permanent secretary? Why do we need to shop at this point in time? Give us an overview on the bureaucratic bottleneck that surrounds the civil service.
Good morning once again. Like I've said, the public service rules or appointments into any position in civil service, they are being guided by rules and regulations that are stipulated in the public service rules, that is PSR. And in respect to permanent secretary, appointment of permanent secretaries, there are rules that guide the appointment. Become permanent secretary. When you get to grade level 17, that's the highest you can go in public service. And we have a lot of directors at their peak of their career. That is that level. So it's not going to be an automatic appointment. One, it is going to be based on the available spaces slot that we have, and we normally follow. Government normally follow what we call federal character. What we mean by federal character, that is, each state must be represented in the appointment. So if you are not going by the way of maybe automatic, that maybe director, that is people that are in director position can be promoted to the, definitely there's going to be a lopsided appointment. So some states will never have a representative as the permanent secretary, and that is why they use that shop. What do they mean by shop? Maybe they mean by that they want to start the appointment process. It's a process. They want to start the appointment process for them to fill up the space that we have now.
All right, thank you for that quick response, Olamide. Now, Olamide, let's even look at this issue of quota system. It is believed that this has become like a bane to the Nigerian civil service, because right now we're not seeing, the conversation does not revolve around competence and what people can do, but rather it revolves around a quota system to fill in vacancy and to serve as the quota portfolio of the civil service. Now, I want to ask at this point, does the quota defeat the essence of the civil service criteria and characteristic that's always been that people should be picked based on merit? Does the quota system override the merit system that is being that is part of the civil service rules?
Okay, let me just clear one ambiguity in this